Since he became a house leader, he should somehow behave in a decorum manner with divinity, at least. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, so that we don't belabor this point, we are engaging in a wild goose chase. The numbers that we have here as Kenya Kwanza is crystal clear. It is 36-29. We don't need to engage on other things. Mr. Speaker, I know, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, there is a hangover of handshake government. Because last time, Mr. Speaker, the last time when there was chaotic in leadership, Mr. Speaker, there are people who benefited of being chairman of majority side, yet they were minority side. I want to ask my colleague and my colleagues in the minority side, please don't bring hangover of handshake arrangement that was with Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga before the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable senators, the submissions by Senator Tom Ojenda, those are very powerful submissions. So powerful and yet inappropriate at this time. I have not received any notification from any senator that they've resigned. As we sit here, no senator has passed on, no senator has resigned. The resignation of Honorable Wetangula did not tilt the balance. And therefore, my communication was right. And in fact, Azimio did confirm in a letter that they're in the minority side. The names that I've read out actually came from Azimio, confirming indeed that they're playing the role of minority in the Senate. So for Azimio to write that letter, confirming indeed that they are the minority in the Senate, they cannot purport to turn around and give us the debate or the points of order that we've just been entertained to. That being the case, the communication as read by the chair on who is the minority and who is the majority reflects the position. Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 4th of October, 2022. This is the President's address on the opening of the 13th Parliament, delivered on Thursday, the 29th of September, 2022, during a joint sitting of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to give notice of the following motion. that pursuant to Standing Order number 190 and Standing Order number 199/3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate business. See?
Order, honorable senators. Honorable senators, let's have some order, please. Senator Kalwale, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, that pursuant to Standing Order number 190 and Standing Order number 199/3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Standing Order 190/1 shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. The members: 1, Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, MP. 2, Senator Veronica Waheti Nduati, MP. 3, Senator Sigei Hilary Kiprotich, MP. Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP. 5, Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, MP. 6, Senator Munyihagi Faki, MP. 7, Senator Ledama Olekina Arias. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, statements. Order number 8, motion, approval of senators to serve in the Senate Business Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the following motion: that pursuant to Standing Order number 190 and Standing Order number 199/3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who, pursuant to Standing Order number 190/1, shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. Namely, 1, Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, MP. 2, Senator Veronica Waheti Nduati, MP. 3, Senator Sigei Hilary Kiprotich, MP. 4, Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP. 5, Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, MP. 6, Senator Mwinyihaji Faki, MP. And 7, Senator Ledama Ole Kina. Mr. Speaker, as the House will notice, this is a procedural motion without which this House cannot begin business. I therefore have no doubt in my heart that the opposition is joining the majority in support of this motion. And, Mr. Speaker, being that clear,
Senator Kalwale, can you conclude
yes,
moving?
Mr. Speaker, protect me from the great. I want to concentrate. Oh, that's all. Can I help you?
Honorable members,
Frivolous.
the reason we are called honorable people is we are expected to act honorably. With technology, if you look just in front of your seat, you don't need to shout. You simply press for intervention. I will only be able to pick out the ones who have used that technology. Shouting will not in any way get my attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, I was just confirming to the House, Mr. Speaker, that this is a motion which is for the benefit of the entire House, and I have no doubt that the minority and the majority agree on this one, and for that reason, I move the motion and invite my brother, Justice Matayo, to second my motion.
Bwana Spika, asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kitu cha kwanza nataka kusema kwamba umesema kwamba lazima mtu abonyeze kidole ili uweze kuona hapo katika hiyo kioo chako ulicho nacho hapo mbele. Utaweza kidude. Utaweza kuona ni nani amefinya kibonyezo cha hoja ya nidhamu. Bwana Spika, katika bunge hili ni kawaida ya kwamba upande wa walio wachache na walio wengi mtu yote anaweza kubonyeza kidole. Lakini kwa mara ya kwanza ninaona katika kubonyeza kidole cha kompyuta ya huyu ndugu yangu Ledama Olekina ilikuwa amefinya. Lakini aidha wewe umeona ama pengine umefinya jicho lako moja hukuweza kuiona. Nasema vile ilivyo Kiswahili hichi. Umefinya jicho lako moja hukuweza kuona, ndio sababu ukakosa kumtaja. Lakini kwa uhaki ni kwamba ikiwa hoja ya nidhamu iko pande hii na iko pande ile, Bwana Spika,
the Honorable Senator for Kilifi, are you therefore trying to impute improper motive on the part of the chair?
Bwana Spika, siwezi kufanya hivyo kwa sababu najua, lakini binadamu si kamili. Siwezi kufanya namna hiyo wala siwezi kusema kitu kama hicho, lakini binadamu si kamili. Pengine umepitiliwa na hukuona kama alikuwa amefinya hicho kidole. Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, sina shida na yale aliyotamka ndugu yangu Boni Khalwale. Asante Bwana Spika.
The Senator for Kilifi, you left your statement hanging. We are not sure whether you are supporting, you are seconding the motion, or you are not.
Bwana Spika, naunga mkono.
Honorable Senators, I'm going to allow contributions. Honorable Senators, I do now propose the question, which is, the pursuant to Standing Orders 190 and 199.3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who, pursuant to Standing Order 191, shall be the chairperson of the committee: the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. 1, Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, MP, as a member. Senator Veronica Waheti Nduati, MP, member. Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei, MP, member. Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP, member. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH, MP, member. Senator Mwinyi Haji Faki, MP and a member. Senator Ledama Olekina, MP, member. I will. Honorable Senators, I will allow members to make the contributions before we move on. Senator Cheptumo Baringo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. Mr. Speaker, we know the role of this very, very important committee. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the membership of this committee, there are members that, Mr. Speaker, we know their capacity. And we know, Mr. Speaker, this House is going to deal with very many serious matters which are going to impact positively in our country. And Mr. Speaker, the role of the House Business Committee of Senate, Mr. Speaker, is a very important committee. And Mr. Speaker, we applied the standing orders 190 and 199. And apart from these members, Mr. Speaker, there are those in House leadership which are going also to be part of this committee. Mr. Speaker, it is a procedural motion. We may not have much to say about this motion because, Mr. Speaker, we know these members. My appeal to our members, Mr. Speaker, is that they are going to give you the support as our chair of the House. And Mr. Speaker, we are going as a House, Mr. Speaker, having discussed a lot during our induction, that this House, Mr. Speaker, is actually the upper house. And Mr. Speaker, as you guide the House, together with these very able men and women of this committee, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that we are going to be guided well, and we are going to move and be able to demonstrate to the country that this is indeed the upper house. Mr. Speaker, I support the list of this committee, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Oburu Odinga.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, because my leader has already supported the motion, I also wish to, I'm standing to support the motion. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to just express a concern on one of the members who has been proposed for the committee, who is Senator Roba. Senator Roba, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a member of Azimio Coalition, and he knows he signed the coalition agreement, which only expires 3 months after the inauguration of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has said that he doesn't need us, that he needs us in the opposition so that we can oversight him and oversight them. Mr. Speaker, why is he accepting people from the opposition joining him? Is it only Raila,
Honorable Senator,
with whom he doesn't want handshake? I
Honorable
think handshake
Senator,
should mean everybody,
Senator
including Robert.
Oburu Odinga.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support, and I beg to support. Thank you.
At some point, Senator, I thought you were opposing. Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to say that I support the motion, and I just want to urge the members of this committee, the Business Committee, to understand that this Senate is made up of young, energetic senators who have already put in a lot of work even before we open the House, and we have bills. And we hope that it's not going to be a matter of trying to find out what is the fastest way to get your bill on the order paper. So I'm just urging the members that I hope this time around in this Senate, it won't be about trying to push your bill to be under sponsored by the political party in order for it to move faster. So I'm just appealing to the members to note that we are young, we are energetic, and we have a lot of bills to pass in 5 years. So if they can assist us. I support the motion.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, the work of the House Business Committee is to set the pace of this House and the business of this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what has been happening over the years is that bills are moved, and even 5 years ago, and those bills which originate from this House and ends to the National Assembly finally never become law, Mr. Speaker. And although there has been efforts to amend the standing orders to quicken such business or to find a way of it being inherited, Mr. Speaker, I'm urging the new set House Business Committee to put commitment so that the bills we move in this House, Mr. Speaker, can see light of the day the earliest time possible, so that if they are going to the National Assembly, can become law and can be useful to the nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Okongo Mogeni, what is your point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order and standing order number 190, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of 190, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, yes, which refers to the composition of the Senate Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue I want you to deal as a preliminary before I'm able to either support or oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, the composition of the House Business Committee, other than the leadership, should have 7 other senators that should reflect the relative majorities of the seats held by each of the parliamentary parties in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the name of Senator Ali Roba has been read, but listening to the motion as prosecuted on the floor, I'm not able to know whether he's been picked by the majority side or by the minority side. This point is important because, Mr. Speaker, when we are picking this membership, it should reflect the way the numbers are constituted in this House, Mr. Speaker. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, Senator Ali Roba is a member of the Azimio Coalition Party, Mr. Speaker. And it is important, Mr. Speaker, from the onset, because this is a House of record. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of record. And I know that Senator Ali Roba is also a Muslim. He reads the Quran. We want to transact business in this House in a very honest manner, Mr. Speaker. So before we proceed, Mr. Speaker, we need it to be on record whether Senator Ali Roba has been nominated by the majority side or by the minority side. Mr. Speaker, I was in this House when we enacted the amendment to the political parties, Mr. Speaker. And the law, as it stands today, says that if the Speaker is in doubt as to which side a member belongs in any coalition or a political party, we can seek communication from the registrar of political parties. So, Mr. Speaker, so that this matter is put to rest for finality, so that we transact business while respecting the Constitution, our laws, and our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, we need to know which side has nominated Senator Ali Roba, and two, for the record, not just for today, Mr. Speaker, but for the record, we need to know which side UDM and the senators elected on that party belong on this House, Mr. Speaker. And as I've said, Mr. Speaker, if you are in doubt, a communication should be sent to the registrar of political parties to communicate to the House so that we know. So Mr. Speaker, before we proceed further, I'm seeking direction. We need, Mr. Speaker, that issue to be disposed of as a preliminary matter before we can proceed to approve the names as read on the floor, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rose on a point of order. I rose on a point of order. Yes. Senator for Kericho, Senator Cheriot. I rose on a point of order.
Senator Murkomen. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I was ready to make my contribution on the main motion, but in response to the point of order raised by Senior Counsel Okongo Mogeni, Mr. Speaker, allow me again to reread Standing Order 190 for him to appreciate and to distinguish the argument he's making from what the standing order itself expects. Mr. Speaker, it says that in paragraph 1F, 7 other senators reflecting the relative majorities of the seats held by each of the parliamentary parties in the Senate, who shall be nominated by the parliamentary parties and approved by the Senate at the commencement of every session. Mr. Speaker, first, before even we discuss on the merits, if this issue, Mr. Speaker, will lead our colleague to oppose the name of Senator Ali Roba as a member of this committee, then you need to guide the House whether this argument should be subsumed to the arguments opposing his name, or should we separate this debate now, which I believe, if we were to go to that direction, it would be a major debate requiring contribution on both sides of the House. And the debate, if I frame it, Mr. Speaker, would be whether the United Democratic Movement Party is a member of the majority or the minority side, or whether the UDM in the first place is a parliamentary party, or, Mr. Speaker, whether even Azimio exists as a parliamentary party. So this debate, if we were to go to that direction, it would take us completely away from the conversation on the approval or disapproval of the names. One way, Mr. Speaker, just giving my contribution for the sake of your consideration, is to either continue with the debate on the point of order, which then each one of us will make contribution on the substance of that point of order, or, Mr. Speaker, subsume this debate on the approval of the names and therefore applied by members in determining whether or not they want to support Senator Ali. Mr. Speaker, just give me a few. Because I'm on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I am on a point of order.
Honorable Senators,
Yeah.
Senator Murkomen is actually on a point of order.
Yeah. So you cannot have a point of order on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, shortly I'll be willing to be informed by Senator after I've made my point.
Senator
Mr. Speaker,
Murkomen, address the chair, not...
yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be willing to be informed, but not before I make this point. That, Mr. Speaker, we had this debate on this chamber in the presence of Senator Wambua, Senator Lekina. We had a very, very long and lengthy debate here that the minority side then did not even want to entertain, which was whether you can form something called a coalition political party. Mr. Speaker, the conversation we have now, and I want Mr. Omogeni, Senator Omogeni, to then go back, Mr. Speaker, if given a chance, to inform this House, to tell us on what basis is he objecting Senator Roberts' membership on the, Mr. Speaker, on the majority side. Is it because Senator Rober belongs, Mr. Speaker, is it because Senator Rober belongs to a coalition with Senator Omogeni's party called ODM? And what coalition is that? Mr. Speaker, we all know, and I belabor this point here, and I said some people will come back here crying. Mr. Speaker, is it, the next question you ask yourself, there is no single member here elected on Azimio Coalition Party. There is no single, Mr. Speaker, member in this House. Mr. Speaker, when we passed this legislation, when we passed this law on this chamber, Mr. Speaker, we were told that we want to create a new entity which most of us opposed then, that is going to be called Azimio Coalition Party. Mr. Speaker, and that party would be a standalone party to compete with ODM, to compete with WIPA, to compete with UDA, to compete with PAR, to compete with UDM. So when a member comes here to say, Mr. Speaker, when a member comes to this chamber to say that Senator Rober is a member of a parliamentary party, and I assume the argument is being made here that is a member of a parliamentary party that whose majority should be reflected according to Article 190F on the side he is going to sit. I argue, Mr. Speaker, that one, Senator Rober is not, for this purpose, does not belong to any other party except UDM. I also argue, Mr. Speaker, that Senator Rober and UDM does not belong to any coalition of parties at all to warrant even a debate as to which side it should. Mr. Speaker, it belongs rightfully, to the best of my knowledge, and Senator Majority Leader, Senator Cheriot will inform this House accordingly. To the best of my knowledge, there is a post-election coalition agreement signed by United Democratic Movement, Mr. Speaker, to be part and parcel of Kenya Kwanza coalition. Kenya Kwanza composes of Senate, this side of the coalition. Senator Rober does not belong to any other coalition, and by right, Mr. Speaker, sits on this side. So if you rule, Mr. Speaker, that this House should now debate on this point of order, I argue, Mr. Speaker, that you dismiss it with the contempt that it deserves, because, Mr. Speaker, this argument is based on error of law, Mr. Speaker, on the presumption that there exists and any member in this House of a party called Azimio Coalition Political Party. There is none. In any case, Azimio coalition political party exists in the registrar of political party, but did not get any elected member to this chamber, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't have any elected member. I am willing to listen to arguments from ODM, from WIPA, from UDM, from Mr. Speaker, UDA, and from other political parties, including, Mr. Speaker, Democratic Party represented in this House, but not about an entity that does not exist and is not represented in this House. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Senator Sifuna, what's your point of order?
My senior Murkomen likes to tell us that we are new people. We may be new in this Senate, but we are not new to reading. And it is very straightforward here, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps when you began with your communication on leadership, you started by telling us who wrote you what letter. All Senior Omogeni is saying, even in the communication of the membership of this committee, could you please, as the chair, tell us that a letter was received from X coalition listing the following members as its nominees in the language of Standing Order 190. That is all we are asking, Mr. Speaker. Number two, the custodian of all agreements. Honorable Murkomen cannot come here to tell the House who is in which coalition and who isn't. I happen to be not just the Senator of Nairobi, but the Secretary General of ODM. I know what we signed, Murkomen. We are the authority on the coalition documents that we signed. I can say without any fear of contradiction that I know all the Secretary Generals of all the political parties who signed onto the Azimio coalition. So, Mr. Speaker, in your own decision on the question of the leadership, you have recognized an entity called Azimio that wrote to you and set the leadership of the House. And you said that that is the minority coalition. You have already made that decision. So could we please be told by the chair, who is it that nominated Senator Roba? Is it the minority side, the same letter? Is it under the same hand that nominated my colleague sitting in the front row? Or did it come from some other political entity? Then lastly, Chair, if there is a question as to which political party belongs where, the authority is certainly not Murkomen, the authority is not you, it is the registrar of political parties, who is the custodian of all the agreements, including the ones that Murkomen wants to purport have been signed between UDM and what is it called, UDA. Mr. Speaker, we are at the beginning of this House. At the beginning of this House, we must have some sanctity and respect for the marriages people enter into. If we continue like this, the next thing you will hear that people's wives are being taken here, left, right, and center if we don't respect institutions.
Senator Murango James. Senator Murango James. Senator Karungo Tagwa Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I raise on a point of order in regards to what honorable senators are discussing. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, before we started this motion, or the motion at hand, you had indicated that pursuant to Standing Order 199, that, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't at any time discuss any senator who has been nominated to be on that list. It's either, Mr. Speaker, we discuss the whole list in totality, but not a single senator. Mr. Speaker, if I want to take the honorable senator back now to Standing Order 190, F, it talks about 7 other senators reflecting the relative majorities of the seats held by each of the parliamentary parties in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, even if you remove Senator Roba, it remains half-half, Mr. Speaker. So I would urge you, Mr. Speaker, to disregard that point of order that has been raised against one Senator Roba, because, of course, it is touching on a motion that has been brought before us. And in that motion, we have been prohibited from discussing a single senator. I so land and I so give the standing order. Thank you very much.
Senator Lominen. Senator Kajwang Moses.
Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the senator from Kiambu. His interpretation of Standing Order 199-2, that the conversation about Senator Roba as an individual should be declared out of order. However, Mr. Speaker, the conversation should be about the principle in Standing Order 191F, the principle, not the person. And I think that is what my colleagues on this side have been trying to canvass. The principle. Mr. Speaker, if I was to rise or to debate on this motion, I am going to strongly oppose it, not because of the members that have been listed there, but because of the principle. Mr. Speaker, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen has been very articulate on the issue of parliamentary party, but he has forgotten to read Standing Order number 2, which is entitled Interpretation, and which defines what a parliamentary party is, and says a party or a coalition of parties consisting of not less than 10 senators. Now, even if you are going to be discussing a party, there are only 2 parties that qualify to be parliamentary parties in this House. Even if you are talking about coalitions, there are only 2 coalitions that qualify to be coalition, to be parliamentary parties in this House. Mr. Speaker, the principle is this. There is no way that a member of the Azimio coalition can be appointed by the other coalition. But even if that were the case, Mr. Speaker, then you will have contradicted your earlier ruling, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the Kenya Kwanza side is a majority. Because the principle in 191F talks of 7 senators that reflect the strength of parties in the House. The minute you have 4 senators out of 7 coming from Azimio, Mr. Speaker, you are saying Azimio is a majority. What we need to do to cure this debate, and I want to encourage the majority leader, my good friend, Senator Cheriot, either there is mischief or there's some laziness in crafting of this motion. Either mischief to rub it in our face that even though Senator Roba has filed for decree, he's been granted decree Nisi, he has not been given decree absolute. He is still our wife, and they are working with him in parties, in weddings, in events, in functions. Mr. Speaker, that is bigamy. And bigamy is an offense under the law, punishable by 5 years in prison. Mr. Speaker, even if he has filed papers, perhaps he has decree Nisi, wait for decree absolute. And that's why I'm saying it could be that mischief that Senator Cheriot wants to show us that our wife has left us. But our wife has not been discharged. Mr. Speaker, I really want to urge that we go back and redraft this motion. We go back and remove and put names that are non-controversial. I have no personal problem with Senator Roba. He's a fine gentleman. I have no personal problem with him. But putting him on this list then means you are admitting that Azimio is the majority in this House. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the principle in 191F, if this motion goes the way it goes, then this side is a majority of the House.
Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first and foremost, I would wish to state that we are now engaged into a debate of people who are not appreciating the
members.
People who are not appreciating the kind of society that we are living in. People who want to force a marriage that is already broken. People who want to. You have to be. You have to listen. You have to listen, my colleagues. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the senator that is in question, Senator Airoba, is in this house. The party that is in question, he is the party leader of the party that is in question. And the Constitution has given him the freedom of choice of where he wants to belong to. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we are also finding ourselves in a situation that a person stands here and tells us that he's the Secretary General of a party, and he signed whatever documents that he signed. But at the tail end of his speech, he wants you to tell you what their coalition has written, or what their coalition has brought as members of or whether Senator Roba has been brought by the ruling coalition or by the other coalition. Mr. Speaker, what I would want to submit, Senator Omogeni brought in a good point of order, which is straightforward. The majority party has brought in Senator Airoba, and he will be in that. And as my colleague has also mentioned, we are not discussing Senator Roba as a person, because as you said in 199.2, we cannot single him out of the list of 7. So we shall have him as, when we shall be coming to contribute to the substantive motion, we shall be here to support the motion. But on the face of it, I think our colleagues from the minority side are wrong on the, to insinuate by whatever means that Senator Roba is from their coalition. I thank you.
Senator Roba. Honorable senators, I may even give you 10 more chances.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable senators.
Let us not blow hot and cold at the same time. At one point, Senator Ali Roba is being claimed on this side. At another point, he's being pushed by the very same side on the other side. Let us be consistent. Let us not blow hot and cold at the same time. Senator Roba, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. First and foremost, I want to extend my sincere appreciation for the admiration shown by my colleagues from the other side. And I stand to clarify a few issues. A few of the senators, including Senator Kajwang, has made derogatory statement referring Senator Roba to a wife or something similar to that, which Mr. Speaker, sir, there are professional references that can be made in regards to agreements signed between an individual, and I would like honorable members to make such references even where they make arguments. Now, for purpose of clarity, and I stand in position of authority as the party leader of UDM, United Democratic Movement. We do not have anything on record in our files in United Democratic Movement as a party of purported agreement between ourselves and Azimio. But we have an agreement, post-election agreement between ourselves and Kenya Kwanza that has been publicly executed with every clause and every detail known that is with us, and we've taken to the registrar. In as far as any purported agreement between UDM and Azimio is concerned, I want to put something on record in regards to that agreement, Mr. Speaker, sir. Constitutional petition number E041 of 2022 is in court for purpose of clarity, and a letter dated on the 9th of September, written to the Secretary General of Azimio, clearly states the Registrar of Political Parties has refused to make any commitment to that effect. And as far as I am concerned, using the principles of free association is about willing buyer, willing seller. You don't have to claim me or Senator Abbas or, for that matter, Senator Mariam as belonging to you. We have refused and moved on. Get used to it, and we settle that matter. Thank you very much.
Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia swala katika hii hoja ya nidhamu. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika nchi yetu ya Kenya tumebahatika kwamba tuna sheria tofauti tofauti ambazo zinahusiana na ndoa. Masuala yanayomkumba Senator Roba na wenzake hivi sasa tunaweza kuyalinganisha na ndoa katika jamii. Mheshimiwa Spika, ndoa ya Kiislamu inampa fursa bwana kuoa wake zaidi ya wawili, zaidi ya mmoja, mpaka wanne unaweza kuoa. Lakini ndoa ambayo inafungwa kwa registrar huwa ni mke mmoja, bwana mmoja. Na Mheshimiwa, mkataba uliofanyika chini ya sheria ya political parties ambao tulifanyia marekebisho Januari mwaka huu hapa katika hili bunge la Senate, hairuhusu chama kuwa katika coalition mbili kwa wakati mmoja. Na Mheshimiwa Roba amesema hapa kwamba tayari wamepeleka kesi mahakamani kuomba mkataba uvunjwe. Utasikia kama umesema kuomba haikuomba, lakini umesema uko mahakamani kutaka mkataba wako na Azimio umalizike, ubatilishwe. Kabla ya kuamuliwa bado wewe uko katika Azimio, na sisi tutakuhesabu kama mwana Azimio. Utasikia. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, swala ambalo liko hapa ni kwamba hata rais wa Hasla amesema kwamba ataendesha nchi kwa sheria na katiba. Tayari wameanza kuikiuka katiba. Hapa katika bunge hili tutaruhusu watu wanajisi katiba sisi wenyewe tukiwa tuko hapa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo sio sawa. Usawa ni kwamba kama Mheshimiwa Roba na chama chake wamekosana na ODM, wakae pale walipo mpaka mahakama iseme kwamba, ama registrar aseme kwamba sisi hatuko tena pamoja. Talaka ikishapita kutakuwa hakuna mazungumzo. Hata sisi pia katika ODM tunaona hatuna haja ya kuwa na bibi ambaye hana haja ya nini, sio? Shaona. Sisi pia kama coalition ya Azimio hatuna haja ya kuwa na mtu ambaye hatuna haja na sisi. Lakini kwa sasa kwamba bado ni mwanachama wa Azimio, ni lazima abaki katika Azimio mpaka pale ambapo tutaweza kubatilisha. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala hili lilielezwa mapema na Profesa Ojienda, Mheshimiwa Senator wa Kisumu, Senator wa jiji la Kisumu. Kama mimi natoka jiji la Mombasa, yeye anatoka jiji la Kisumu. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala hili lilipozungumziwa tulilichukulia na huyu bwana Minong'ono ama bwana Ruma alisema kwamba ni Minong'ono. Tunasikia Senator Cherioti ndio Senator Minong'ono hapa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika alizungumza masuala ya rumor mongering, lakini swala lililokuwa hapa Mheshimiwa Spika ni swala la kikatiba ambalo lazima litatuliwe kabla sisi kusonga mbele, kwa sababu swala hili litarejea pale pale, tutarejea pale pale, tutazunguka mzunguko, hatutoki. Labuda kama alivyopendekeza Senator Kajwang' ni kuwa jina la Mheshimiwa Roba kwa sasa liondolewe katika kamati hiyo mpaka wakati atakaposahihisha mambo yake atarejea kuwa mwanachama wa kamati hiyo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable Senators, Honorable Senators, there is nothing new that is being brought up. From the first 4 senators who have tried to canvass this particular point of order, I think we are repeating the same thing. And therefore, I want to say this, Honorable Senators. The Speaker does not and cannot manage political parties. Any senator can be nominated and serve in any committee. It is up to the Senate to either reject or approve. The consequences, if any, to a senator nominated by a party or by another party is a matter of internal politics of that political party. Don't invite me to that arena. It is an arena that is preserved for the political parties, and this chair does not dance in that arena. Let's move to the substantive motion. Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I want to thank you first for the opportunity. And one other thing I want to confirm and affirm to this House, UDM is officially in Kenya Kwanza. I'm a member of that coalition, and we have no fear or favor to anybody, asking for any favors. Azimio has failed to retain its own members, and therefore, Kenya Kwanza has moved. Mr. Speaker, sir, defend me. Mr. Speaker, if I come back to the motion, I wish to come back to the motion, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I support the motion. The House Business Committee is a very important and crucial committee, and it does not serve any party interest. It serves the interest of the Senate. And therefore, I request our colleagues on the opposite side that let's not be partisan to any decisions, and let's serve the interest of this House. From the time we were in Nevada, I've been hearing that this House has a lot of pending issues. Many motions that have been passed have not gone through anywhere. I think this time we need to make a difference. And therefore, we must all of us work as a team, despite your affiliations. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Senator Nyamu Karen.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I want to underscore.
Senator Ledama, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, my dear sister Karonyamu, you'll have to forgive me for this. Mr. Speaker,
Senator Ledama.
You've asked me for my point of order.
Absolutely, and I reserve the right to recall. Senator Ledama, a very senior, seasoned senator. The Honorable Senator Karen Nyamu is making her maiden speech, and I'm recalling it. Senator Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your intervention on that. I want to underscore the importance of this committee and reiterate what other members have said there before me, and make an observation that all the ladies in this committee happen to be nominated members. And that's just an observation. And with that, I support the motion. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna Edward.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to rise to oppose. Mr. Speaker, we are a house of rules, a house guided by the law, and most importantly, precedent. The practice that you set today with the first committee that we are going to constitute is going to set the tone for everything. Mr. Speaker, we had requested, because I have it on good authority, Bwana Majority Leader. I have it on good authority, Bwana Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker, from the leadership of the minority side, that in fact, the name of Ali Roba did not originate from the minority side. We therefore would not want to begin on this particular note, where even the constitution of a basic committee, such as a business committee, does not follow our own standing orders. What will we ever be told as the new members of this Senate about your standing orders if we disregard them in the manner that we are doing? It is a very simple exercise, Mr. Speaker, that we send this exercise back to the originators. Let the members and the names be communicated in the same manner as the leadership of the House was communicated. And I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, why you were shy to disclose who wrote which name, just the way that you did with the names of the leadership of the House. It would have helped us as a House to determine whether we are proceeding in accordance with our own rules or against our own standing orders. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we are in a rush. It is better for us to take time to do the right thing than to appear to be in a rush. And I can see my brother, Senator Roba, smiling there because he's very happy with the fruits of infidelity. He's enjoying the fruits of infidelity, which, Mr. Speaker, we should not allow to happen. Let us respect our own rules. Let us proceed on the basis of our own rules so that we set a precedent going forward for this Parliament or for this Senate, that we are a house that will respect our own rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose.
Senator Julius Murgo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion because this is a very important motion to pass because it is about the business of this House. And therefore, because we are anxious to move on, we just can't go beating around the bush like our brothers want, the minority side want to take us in circles over water that has already gone under the bridge. So I think we should move on, and therefore I support the motion.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I make my contribution to this motion, the Speaker, we started off very well. We constituted the leadership of the House very, very well, with clarity and reading letters that were written to you. The Speaker, the information that I want to give, and I beg that I should be heard in silence, the information that I wanted to give is that, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Senator Governor Ali Roba, and for full disclosure, is a very good friend of mine, very close friend of mine. But, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Roba was elected on a UDM ticket under the Azimio One Kenya Alliance. And Mr. Speaker, the question that was asked by Senator Omogeni was a matter of
Senator,
who exactly nominated
Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Order,
Speaker,
senators.
these senators clouded this motion.
Senator Wambua,
We should be allowed
you will address the chair.
Yes, I'm addressing Mr. Speaker. And I'm telling you that the senators on the majority side clouded this motion.
Senator Wambua, we have given room for ventilation on that particular issue, and a ruling was made by the chair. We are now contributing to the main motion. It's either you're opposing or supporting. Can you proceed, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, I will proceed this way. I will proceed with seeking clarity and guidance from the Speaker on what we should do in this House when the Speaker makes a ruling that is considered unfair by a section of the House. What is supposed to do, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Wambua, the ruling stands.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Senator Gataya, Tharaka Nithi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the composition of the entire membership of the Business Committee, and I'm happy this is a very strong committee for this House, including the disputed member, Honorable Roba. I support the entire leadership. I'm sure this Business Committee is going to be the engine of the business of the House. So as I said it from Tharaka Nithi, I strongly support the team so that we can move with speed. They develop calendars for the business of the House. I support.
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me say that you have already given a ruling on this matter. But for me, and I don't want to go against your ruling, but this is something that is very serious, and it will set a precedent if we gloss over it. And it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the senator from Mandera stood and said he has already gone to court to petition the removal of his agreement from Azimio. Number two, there are institutions that are actually mandated to clarify this matter. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with your ruling, but this is a house of rules. This is a house of procedure, guided by standing order, guided by the law. We must actually look into this, and we should not gloss over it. I thank you.
Senator Murkomen.
Now, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Finally, I get a chance to contribute to the motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. I have served as a member of Senate Business Committee. I know, Mr. Speaker, the committee members who have been chosen, except the ones identified by the standing orders, will be serving for only maybe 2-3 months before again in January this committee is reconstituted, Mr. Speaker, because the session will end, I think, end of January or February. So those who have been chosen by this House to serve in Senate Business Committee must demonstrate the requisite leadership skills that, Mr. Speaker, can give them another chance, perhaps to be considered again by the leadership after February to continue serving in this committee. This committee is extremely important in scheduling the business of this Senate. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues who have had the privilege to go and serve in this committee to take seriously the business that comes from the members, particularly private bills. Mr. Speaker, I also hope the Senate Business Committee, working with the Secretariat, the clerk is here, and the team, should assist many members, especially on this majority side, whom I've interacted with, who are new, especially nominated ones. Mr. Speaker, have come with new energy, with new vigor. They really want to establish and draft bills on issues that they promised their constituents, Mr. Speaker. I think the necessary support should be given to them and their bills be prioritized and passed in this House like we've done before, so that we can make sure that in this year, Mr. Speaker, we give an account. In the perhaps the first quarter of next year, members can give an account of the number of bills that they have been able to pass. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Senate Business Committee provides the leadership on the relationship between the Senate and the National Assembly. I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, earlier in our sitting here, Mr. Speaker, when we were sworn in, that there is, Mr. Speaker, the goodwill of the executive insofar as strengthening this House, and not just strengthening by virtue of helping the House, but allowing this House to function as it should. The Senate Business Committee should quickly move, Mr. Speaker, together with the National Assembly Business Committee, to harness this potential, Mr. Speaker, for closing ranks, especially on the functioning of Article 110 of the Constitution. And the Senate Business Committee should prioritize the case that is before the Supreme Court. That, Mr. Speaker, instead of going through the long hog, we should be able to sign, Mr. Speaker, a consent between us and the National Assembly. Senator Mogeni is our lead counsel now that Senator Orengo is no longer here. And, Mr. Speaker, we must quickly move as a team to sign a consent, Mr. Speaker, on this matter and allow the National Assembly and the Senate to function. And that consent should be followed, Mr. Speaker, with a bill that will make sure that legislation that was being sponsored by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and Senator Sakaja, as they then were, Mr. Speaker, is now made to function. We pass between both houses to ensure that the two houses can work together. I look forward to, Mr. Speaker, having this Senate achieve far much more than the first and the second achieved. When I came here, Mr. Speaker, Senator Gigi Kariuki used to tell us, the younger senators, that, oh, you know, we've been there before, stop rushing, stop running, stop doing this. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not the case. This House will benefit, and this Senate will benefit most by having its new senators. In fact, the new senators are going to make this Senate shine further, and we must allow them to think and imagine anything and everything they want to do, because that's how you can be able to grow through tradition, practice the jurisdiction of this House, and make this House, Mr. Speaker, attractive to the people of Kenya and useful to hustlers of this republic. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support, and I wish the colleagues who are in this committee the very best as they serve.
Senator Professor Ojend.
I don't know if I can be heard from here. I prefer to address the House from here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, two issues are important here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, of course, against noting that we are very wonderful people in the House Business Committee, like my good friend Senator Wandeti here. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, on a point of order, and Senator Dulu has pointed to the need to ensure that we sanitize every process in this House and ensure that it is compliant. There is communication that has been shared from the Register of Political Parties, and that has been shared to us, all of us, that Senator Roba, my former client, is indeed and is still a member of Azimio Party. Mr. Speaker, the problematic that will arise if the House rules or approves the House Business Committee as proposed is that you would have, by that decision, stamped the authority, your authority, and declared Azimio as the minority party, as the majority party. Majority party. And I say this because, Majority Leader, just listen to me. I say this because, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have looked at Section 2 of the Political Parties Act. I've looked at Section 7,
6. I've looked at 11 as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. And those sections are to the effect that a coalition party or a coalition of parties, however designated, can find place in the House in the manner existing prior to the election. The Azimio coalition was a coalition that presented candidates to the election through various parties that were voted in, and that is why the number 32, 34 is instructed. I know why my learned friend, Senator Murkomen, my former colleague, I got him his first job, is making his point. At Moi University, I got him his first job. You know it. Mr. Speaker, sir, why my learned friend is saying we decide on this matter today is because he knows he's going to be sworn in next week with Senator Soipan, and we will be the majority by next week. Mr. Speaker, I would urge this court to adjourn this debate or call for a vote. If you call for a vote, Mr. Speaker, sir, and an adjournment emerges or ensues out of the vote, next week we will be the majority. We will be the majority. I confirm that.
Senator Osoltsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the House Business Committee is a very, very crucial committee in any house. I served in the House Business Committee of the National Assembly for 4 sessions. And I know nothing happens in the House until the House Business Committee is constituted and approved by the House. And I remember on many occasions in the National Assembly, sometimes we had to defeat the motion on the House Business Committee because of one issues or 2 issues here and there. I also want to say that the membership of the House Business Committee, from my experience in the National Assembly, which I think works the same with the Senate, was that the people who were chosen to represent the interests of the parties in the House Business Committee were expected to be people of high integrity, people who would keep secret, people who would keep their words. So, Mr. Speaker, you know this is a house of integrity, this is a house of record, and this is a house of rules. And we are starting our first session today. I will beseech you, Mr. Speaker, that we give a chance to reason on this matter, because the issues that has been raised by a number of members are very weighty, and we don't want a situation where we make a decision and people seek redress elsewhere, because we want to operate as a house of respect and a house of integrity. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to various contributions, especially from the majority side, coming from colleagues who I have a lot of respect with, Honorable Cheruyot, Honorable Cheregei, on the issue of Azimio not being a party. Mr. Speaker, I remember last Parliament, the 12th Parliament, before we went for recess, we passed a law which was an amendment to the Political Parties Act. And if you go to the Political Parties Act, it is very clearly stated that a coalition political party is a coalition registered by the registrar of political parties as a political party. So there is no dispute about that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to call to order Honorable Waziri Murkomen, Cheregei, and Cheruyot, and my neighbor, Honorable Khalware, for misleading this house, because it's against Standing Order number 122, gross misorder in the House by giving false information to the Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, because of all these issues that have been raised, I oppose this motion.
Senator Veronica Nduati.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me go. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for this opportunity. I have been seated very patiently listening through the debate and the standing orders that are being cited, and all the debates that have been brought to the floor of this House, especially by the minority side. I have struggled to get the legal basis of the objection that have been given to the motion that is before this House. For two reasons, Mr. Speaker. It is not possible legally in Kenya under the Political Parties Amendment Act to register a coalition political party and at the same time name that coalition political party as a political party. Those are two different tracks of registration. So, as a Secretary General of UDA, I was involved in the last general election. I am aware Azimio is a coalition political party. They had a presidential candidate who vied together with his running mate. They only had that candidature. They did not have any other candidature at any other level, from the gubernatorial up to the MCA level. So the debate that you have waded into today is, first of all, not based on legal facts. What they have proposed or brought to the floor of this House does not legally exist. So I want to persuade you, Mr. Speaker, as I was listening and looking for the legal basis on which we could respond, I did not find any. I want to persuade you that Kenyans are watching today the track that Senate will take. We are interested in conducting the business of the Senate and affirming the position and the need of Senate to continue overseeing the devolution in this nation. Mr. Speaker, if the motion that is before this House is rejected today, it may as well be interpreted by Kenyans that Senate has started on a wrong footing by refusing the business committee. Yes. Mr. Speaker,
Order,
allow me to finish.
Order, members.
It is my view.
Order.
It is my view. It may as well, yes, because do not have the narrow conscripted view of when you are seated in Senate. There is a wider perspective. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have stood here to persuade both sides of the divide, to allow the business committee take its position, map out the business of the House from today henceforth. If there are any issues relating to coalitions, they are beyond you today. They are not before this House today. And there is no determination, there is no court order that has taken UDM, that has ordered UDM to be in the Azimio coalition, and that has ordered UDM not to be in Kenya Kwanza coalition. UDM today, and the party leader is seated in the floor of the House today. UDM today is a coalition partner of the Kenya Kwanza.
Senator Mohamed Abdallah Shakila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have nothing against my brother Roba, and I know you're not here to decide on the issues of parties, but I want to suggest that this issue of party can only be clarified by ORPP, and I think it is only fair for ORPP to give us the clarification, or you as a speaker, to seek clarification on this issue from ORPP so that we can put this issue to rest. But otherwise, we will be arguing here until the cattle come from the grazing. So please, Mr. Speaker, it is important we seek clarification from ORPP, who are the people mandated to tell us which party belongs where, constitutionally and as per the Political Parties Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable senators, we cannot continue prosecuting a matter that I've already ruled on. I have allowed these points of order. I have given time for members to ventilate, and I proceeded to rule. And the rule stands. Senator Cheptumo, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order arises from the fact that members of this House, you having made a ruling, and you've brought us back to the substantive motion before the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members continued again to debate an issue that has been ruled on. Mr. Speaker, guide this House, Mr. Speaker. Any member who will rise on from his or her place should be able to discuss the motion before you, either support or not support. Mr. Speaker, this House is a house of procedure. We cannot purport to undermine the ruling of the House, Mr. Speaker. That is the direction, Mr. I think we need to move.
Honorable senators, let me say this. Raising on a point of order is within your right as a senator. But you cannot be on your feet on a point of order on a matter that I've ruled. So, opportunities will be given for points of order, but they should not be the same point of order that I've ruled. So, as we move, if I'm to give you an opportunity, you're either opposing the motion or supporting the motion. And if you are to rise on a point of order, that point of order should not be related to a matter that I've already ruled on. Yes, Senator Mazayo, what is your point of order? And I hope that point of order.
We are guided by standing orders.
Senator Ledama. Senator Ledama. We know that this Senate is guided by standing orders. You need not scream about it. Kindly, Senator Fokilifi.
Bwana Speaker, hili bunge la Senate ni bunge la hali ya juu sana kulinganishana na taratibu zake za debate. Bwana Speaker, nakusihi uangalie katika hii barua iliyoandikwa na Nderetu, ambaye yeye ni Registrar of Political Parties. Na hii barua iliandikwa tarehe 7 Septemba mwaka huu. Barua hii iliandikiwa clerk wa Senate. Hii barua iliandikiwa clerk wa Senate, na barua hii inahusikana na ile barua ambayo yeye alikuwa ameipeleka ikisema ya kwamba tarehe 6 mwezi wa Septemba ilikuwa wanataka kujua hii party iko mahali gani, iko upande huu ama iko upande huu. Na hii barua inasema ya kwamba hii UDM, Bwana Speaker, nafikiri unanisikiliza, hii barua hii ambayo iko na clerk wetu ndani ya bunge hili la Senate, nataka kumuuliza Bwana clerk ikiwa itawezekana.
Order.
Ikiwa itawezekana, Bwana Speaker.
Order, members.
Mtetee Bwana Speaker. Manake mimi ndio ambaye niko hapa.
Order.
Bwana Speaker, barua hii imeandikwa na Registrar wa Political Parties. Na barua iko wazi tarehe 7. Hii imeandikwa. Iko hapa ndani, na yule ambaye anaelewa, Bwana Speaker,
The Senator...
Bwana Spika, uko na uwezo wa kumwambia Bwana Clark akalete hii barua aiweke hapa mbele ya hili bunge la Senate ili kila mtu aone yule Ali Roba yuko mahali gani. Hatutakubali Ali Roba awe anazunguka kila pande hii na pande hii. Barua hii inakamilisha tarehe 7 mwezi huu. Ilisema ya kwamba yule Ali Roba yeye ni memba wa upande huu, hawezi kwenda upande ule na wewe ukatia tiki. Huyu Ali Roba mwenyewe amesimama hapa amekumislead Bwana Spika, na hii ni kosa kubwa sana ndani ya hili bunge. Asante Bwana Spika, na tuko tayari umuode huyu, umuode clerk wetu aweze kuleta hii barua hapa sasa hivi.
Order, members. Order, members. The Senator...
Hii barua Bwana Spika nishai forward kwa clerk. Ako na hapa.
Order, members. Order. The Senator... Order. Senator for Kilifi, can you have your seat, please? The Senator for Kilifi, can you have your seat, please? Honorable members, and more particularly the Senator for Kilifi, after the mover moved the motion, you seconded this motion. Honorable members, I have been very clear that it's within your right to stand on a point of order. But do not raise a point of order that I've already ruled on. The issues that have been raised by the Senator for Kilifi, it's a matter that I've already ruled on. So kindly, as you stand, you either support the motion or oppose the motion. Any other point of order related to that issue, there's already a ruling. And the ruling is binding and it stands. Senator Chute Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to thank Senator Madzayo for supporting the motion. And I don't know if there is a coup on the other side. If there is a coup, please negotiate and solve your issues. Because Senator Madzayo has supported...
The member is making his maiden speech. Acquaint yourself with the standing orders, Senator Ledama.
Senator Madzayo supported the motion fully. And if you want to make any changes on the other side, or if you don't have somebody who can help, we can provide one for you. And I would like to thank the Speaker for ruling on this issue. And I think these people are trying to see my fellow senators are trying.
Order, members, honorable senators.
My fellow senators.
Senator Ledama and Senator Stewart Madzayo, you are stretching the chair's patience. Kindly allow the member to conclude his contribution.
Fellow senators, let me, I'm a new senator here. Excuse me, I'm a new senator here, you can excuse me. Mr. Speaker, my fellow senators on the other side are trying to twist things around so that you can change your mind. Please, don't accept that. And on supporting the motion, I would like to say this. We've had, in Naivasha, we were told there are some pending issues from the last Senate. And I would like to urge my fellow senators, let us support this motion, as I beg to support. Thank you.
Senator Ledama, what is your point of order?
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that I think synergy is very important. And this is a House of Presidents. And I think it would be important that the chair recognizes and act impartial. Because my good colleague, Senator Wambua, asked a very good question. And he asked a question and said, Mr. Speaker, hypothetically, suppose the decision that you are making is not one which will be taken kindly by the other side. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we refer back to these standing orders. Because standing order number 98, on the point of order, clearly states that the Speaker shall either give a decision on the point of order forthwith or announce that the decision is deferred for consideration, after which the senator who was speaking at the time the point of order was raised may continue to speak. Mr. Speaker, I have no problem, no beef at all with your decision. But I think it is proper for us, when we are proceeding in this House, we can be guided properly by the chair. Because if we stand here with a point of order, it's because we know that we must prosecute the matter, and we know the consequences. My colleagues on the other side raised a very pertinent issue. And here now, I may not want to go back to challenge your decision, but I think it's proper for you to guide this House on what next. Because tomorrow, because I've listened to my sister making her submissions here, talking about the agreements between pre- and post-election agreements. And I think it's important because we have institutions and we have authorities on matters that we try to rely on them rather than putting or the chair going into a defensive mode and saying, I am not party to the political matters. Anything we do here, Mr. Speaker, sir, today moving forward will be able to have serious consequences. Earlier on, I rose on a point of order. The chair allowed me to speak on that point of order. I respected the point of order. When the speaker relied on standing order number 1 and asked me to sit and allow my colleagues to make her maiden speech. So I have no problem with my brother, Robert, being in the House Business Committee. It is someone I respect. He's a senator. But I think our good friend and my colleague, Senator Kajuang, raised a very, very important matter that relates on our standing orders. Standing order number 190, in terms of the principle, should we continue debating the matter when we have issues, or should we be guided on that matter? So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to beseech you, to plead with you, that one, you try to develop synergy among all the senators, so that when it comes to a matter that will be affecting all the 47 legislation, or rather 47, what are they called? Delegations, it can be something that can be able to build synergy, because we are another arm of government. And any decision that we make here will affect 47 to 50 million people. So, Mr. Speaker, on this matter, I think the preliminary objection which was raised by, or rather matters that were raised by my colleague, are some things that you should have given us time to deliberate on, or even seek. It's all right. I'm addressing the chair, and I'm, Mr. Speaker, it's something that should have sought some consultation. I think supporting this matter or not, when we are here to debate on a matter, we are guided by precedents. We're also guided by the knowledge that we have on the matter. traditions. So, Mr. Speaker, if my majority leader has indicated to the House that there is a letter which was addressed to the clerk, it should not be difficult for the clerk to be able to table that letter. Or if we proceed with our standing orders, and on the point of order, if a member raises an issue that requires to be substantiated, that member can be given 48 hours or he can table. So, Mr. Speaker, as we proceed, anything that we do today should be something that creates synergy but not try to create division or leads others to conclude that there is impartiality in the chair. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, indeed, this is a house of procedure guided by the standing orders. And as a house of procedure, it will be improper for a member, however polite, to challenge the ruling of the chair. We have given opportunity to members to canvass and to contribute on that particular point of order. And indeed, if we're a house of procedure, then procedurally, this matter ought to rest because a ruling has been made. So members, again, I'm going to say this. It is within your right to raise on points of order, on a point of order. However, let that point of order be a different point of order and related to a matter that has already been ruled upon. So, members, we will proceed to prosecute the motion that is before us. Newton, Senator Newton.
I can use. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I had requested to speak to exactly say what you have said, that the side of minority, they seem to be taking us on circles, a game of musical chairs. And I think that keeps us busy, takes us nowhere. And I think, Mr. Speaker, you have already made a ruling, as you have said, on this particular matter. And I think they should be rising to say, just like the head of Azimio said after the ruling of the Supreme Court, that they accept your ruling, though they may not agree with it. And then maybe you give us a direction on how to proceed. Otherwise, we cannot keep debating something that you have already made a ruling on. They accept, I think that is what they are trying to say, they accept your ruling, but they do not agree with it. So can we proceed? Thank you very much.
Senator Chirage, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, of course I'll cite Senator Kajwang, hold your horses. Mr. Speaker, looking at the importance of this motion and looking at the business that needs to start rolling and having tremendous respect to members that have been nominated to Senate Business Committee, and in line with Standing Order 109, I therefore, Mr. Speaker, request that the mover of the motion be called to reply and the question be put so that we can now move and see who has the numbers. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at Standing Order 109.3, a motion for closure of debate under paragraph 1 or 2 may not be moved by a senator who has spoken to the motion under consideration. Mr. Speaker, since I have not spoken to this motion, I'm within the right to call that the mover be called to reply. We put this motion in question. I think it boils down to numbers. The majority, we have numbers. Let us dispense of this matter and have that, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that is my consideration, which you can rule now or you can rule before the end of debate.
Honorable Senators, I will allow debate to proceed and one-on-one. And I still believe there are quite a number of issues that members would wish to ventilate, so I will allow the debate to continue. Omar Sheikh Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kenya Kwanza by choice. I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the side of the motion, I support the motion, and I congratulate my party leader and my party leader, Roba, for this position. Senator Roba. So I support the motion.
Senator Cheriot, what is your point of?
It's just a simple point of procedure, Mr. Speaker. You do recognize that there are colleagues of ours who are making their maiden speech, and I wish to request you to please protect them from our colleagues who are over-enthusiastic about nothing, especially Senator Ledama and Senator Wambua, who should know better, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please especially protect the women senators. When they rise to speak, I have seen the kind of intimidation that is being carried out on them. Just like on this side, we are allowing our colleagues, some of them to say things that we not necessarily agree with, but given the traditions of the House, allow them. You have seen when Senator Mariam Sheikh rose to speak, you should have seen the kind of faces that Senator Ledama, and you know, he, I don't want to say that he's not extremely handsome, but he changed the look on his face. Senator Wambua was fiddling in his pocket, and you know the part of the country that he comes from, Mr. Speaker. It can be scary. You never know what he can bring out of his pocket. So, Mr. Speaker, my pleading, please protect the honorable senators who are making their maiden speech. It's a very simple request, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatuma Dulo. Honorable senators, the senator is up on. Honorable senators, let's have some order. The Senator for Nandi, you will address the chair. Kindly allow the senator for Isiolo his reason on a point of order. And that's why we want to hear what is her point of order.
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for protecting me,
is a rider on what Senator Cheriot has said. We agree the new members to make their maiden speech. But if they make controversial statements, we have a right to intervene, Mr. Speaker, and you should allow us to do that. No. Tradition of the House is very clear. That is my opinion. You cannot intimidate me, Senator Cheriot. I have a
Order,
right.
members.
Thank you. I'm speaking to the chair. Thank you.
Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've ruled on this matter, and as a new member, my observation, which surprises me very much, Mr. Speaker, is that in our first sitting, our colleagues from the minority side, on the first day, walked out from this house. On this sitting, on the discussion of a very key, important committee that is supposed to set the business of this house, the same colleagues, the same senior colleagues for that matter, most of them that is, already are prepared to sabotage the House business.
Order, members.
This House,
Order,
Mr.
members.
Speaker.
Order, members. We will be there one day. We'll be there. Order, members.
Thank you. This House, Mr. Speaker, is the upper house. And as the lower house is also sitting, I ask the question, what precedents are we setting as an upper house? 67 members of Senate, serving over 14 million Kenyans, are hereby today, I said over, English word over, are on this day discussing a one Honorable Mr. Roba. And so, I ask, Mr. Speaker, if this is the beginning, how will the end be? So I request my colleagues to look at it from this perspective, that one, Mr. Roba, being a member of this committee, you can also, as much as you're on the minority side, be members and leaders of other committees, because this House is going to be fair through this leadership. It is good to be optimistic, my brother Ledama. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've not finished, I just said thank you. And so, as I conclude, I, Honorable Tabitha Mutinda, do hereby strongly support this motion. Thank you.
Okay. I'd really wish to give new members an opportunity, especially from this side, but I don't see them indicating their intention. Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki, what is your point of order?
baadhi ya maseneta wakiinua mikono kama ambao tuko kwenye darasa. Nafikiri mwongozo umetolewa mapema na spika kwamba kama unataka kuongea ama unataka kuchangia hoja iliyoko kwenye meza, ni lazima ubonyeze kidude kinachoandikwa microphone. Nimeona Seneta Keroche akipata shida inua mkono akiregesha, mheshimiwa spika. Na juzi tulipokuwa Nakuru alituangalia vizuri sana mheshimiwa spika. Kwa hivyo nasikitika kwamba hajaweza kupata utaalamu, na nafikiri pale hasaidiki, kwa sababu mimi nimekaa na Seneta Beatrice hapa Montet na Seneta Profesa hapa kuwaongoza ni vipi wanaweza changia. Lakini mimi nashangaa kwamba Seneta Keroche deputy minority leader ameshindwa kujieleza. Asante mheshimiwa spika.
Senator Tabitha Karanja.
Niseme kabisa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And thank you for giving me that opportunity. Na mimi nataka kuchukua nafasi hii. I say I support
Senator Tabitha Karanja.
Oh, sorry.
You need to choose a language. If you choose English, you go English all the way.
It's English, okay.
If you choose Kiswahili, you do Kiswahili all the way. And that is not an issue we need to shout at her.
I apologize. I support the motion, and I'm surprised because for me, when I was looking at those names, I even didn't look the tribe or the party or anything. I just looked at their qualifications, and I believe they are they have what it takes to schedule the business of the house. So let us not waste a lot of time. Let's support this motion and then we move, because I believe we have a lot of bills that we need to bring into this house, and we need to really take care of the time that we'll be using in this house. As Malcolm said, he said we make a difference of what was there before, and comparing the previous house and this house. Being a mono allow us to make the mistakes we'll be making, but we'll catch up. So I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senator Muma Muyeka, Catherine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'd like to thank my colleagues for all the contributions. And as a new member, I have listened to the descriptions that have been given to this house. It's a house of order, a house of rules, the upper house, and other flattering descriptions of this house. I would like to add, in support of Tabitha, that what the 47 million people out there would like us to model is to model the rule of law. And I think, Mr. Speaker, you should lead us in helping to bring back this country to the rule of law. And we must begin on the right note by respecting the rules in the standing orders, the legislation that have been passed by these honorable houses, the Constitution, and even as you have ruled, I would like to request that you candidly look at what you have done and satisfy yourself that we are respecting the rule of law in this country. I therefore wish to oppose. Thank you.
Senator Siango Kalunda.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to start on a note which was a point that was raised by the minority leader, that he indicated that women should be protected. I want to believe this is a house of honorable members. Whether we are new or old, we are serving the nation. And for real, we don't need any protection. We can speak for ourselves, and we can pass our points across. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is very important to make sure that we set the right presidency in this house. Mr. Speaker, sir, don't appear to take sides. Let us be very clear on what should be done on this first sitting. And for that reason, I oppose the motion.
Senator for Embu.
Bwana Speaker, sir. Bwana Speaker, sir. Katika Biblia inasema tuko na macho na tuoni. Tuko na masikio na tusikii. Kwa sababu pia kuna usiku na mchana.
Can we give an opportunity
leo tuko mchana.
The senator for Embu?
Na ule haoni kuna mwangaza. Senator ambaye tunampeleka mahakamani amejitetea na akasema anataka kuwa kwa wengi. Hiyo ni kama kusema mko na macho walio wachache na muoni. Pale ingine ni kama kumaanisha katika Biblia, Mr. Speaker, katika Biblia kuna mama wawili walikuwa wanapigania mtoto mmoja. Na wakati walipigana, ule alikuwa nakata kauli akawakuta akaanza kuuliza mnaendeleaje. Mmoja akasema huyu mtoto tunataka akatwe mara mbili. Lakini yule mwingine akanyamaza. Bwana Speaker, tunakuomba ukate kauli na njia ile inafaa. Kwa sababu mtoto amesema wako upande gani na sisi tunanyamaza tulio wengi. Kwa hiyo mtoto ni wetu. Kwa hiyo tumekaa masaa yote tuangalie. Asante, mimi naunga hiyo mambo mkono.
Senator Mandago.
Honorable Speaker, this motion is a very important motion, and for me, as a senator for Singishu, having been served as a governor, the importance of this House Business Committee cannot be understated, and we need to get the Senate to its feet to be able to discharge its mandate. And, Bwana Speaker, should not be lost on us as Senate that the county governments are waiting for this Honorable House to make some important decisions that will enable them unlock some funds that are already being held because of the laws that we need to make amendments. Mr. Speaker, we need to have this House Business Committee as soon as possible, and I would want to persuade my colleagues on the other side of the House to accept that the Honorable Senator for Mandera, Senator Roba, in his conscious decision and as a party, made a decision to join Kenya Kwanza coalition, and that decision should be respected, Mr. Speaker, and they be allowed to serve. Mr. Speaker, I therefore stand to say I support the motion that Senator Roba sits in the House Business Committee.
Senator
Senator Ekomwa James.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this golden opportunity that you have given me. As my colleagues have spoken, Mr. Speaker, it is very important to understand the issue at hand. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear, and you have made it very clear. And I want to also tell my colleagues, senators, honorable senators, that we want to put this house in order. We want to give this house direction. Our Kenyans, they want direction. They want to hear what we say as senators, to qualify that whatever they chose was the right choice. Mr. Speaker, before I support this motion, the reason I support this motion, Mr. Speaker, let it be very clear, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not just supporting for the sake of saying, oh, I want to propose, to oppose. It's because I want Kenyans to listen and I want my colleagues to listen. Where I come from, the people who elected me, people from Turkana County, now they are bleeding needs. You have heard what has been, people have been killed. People have lost their property. People are thirsty. People are dying. The reason why I support this motion, Speaker, so that this committee will be in order to make sure the business of this house is on, so that people who are bleeding will stop bleeding. People who are hungry will stop being hungry. People who are insecure will be secure. This is the reason why I say I support this motion, so that this house will continue doing its business. I was sent here, I was sent in this house, not to oppose, not to say hey, not to say hi. Mr. Speaker, I was sent here by the people of Turkana County to represent them, not to do any business, to make sure whatever I do here, I do it in the benefit of their issues. I am here, Mr. Speaker. I am here, Mr. Speaker, not to laugh at anybody. I am not here, Speaker, to say, oh, okay, it's not an English class, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter as you put it, Mr. Speaker. Whether you put it in Kiswahili, whether you put it in English, it must be a premise, it must be a fact. And I want to thank the leader of my majority, because he was my classmate in philosophy. And in philosophy we say, right is right, even if everybody is against it. And wrong is wrong, even if everybody is for it. Wrong is wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, for that respect, I stand to support this motion. And those, Mr. Speaker, those committee members who are here, I hope you will do the business of the citizen of Kenya, not your own business. Yes. Secondly, I also request too, that the people, have heard people saying, young people, old people. I want to make a point of information. There is no county who is, what? There is no county that is small, and there is no county that is whole. We are all representing specific counties, very important counties, very important fundamental counties. So when you say young, are you referring a county or an individual? Yeah. So we have to respect the counties we represent. These are people of different cadres. And you are the best from all the people of that county. That's why you are here. Mr. Speaker, with due respect, I support this motion.
Senator Murango Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to join Majority Leader Cheriot, Minority Leader Stuart Mazayo, and my friend Senator Umburu Ondinga in supporting this motion. Mr. Speaker, I come from Kirinyaga County, and I was a former MC and a Majority Leader, and used to sit in the House Business Committee of Kirinyaga County Assembly. And Mr. Speaker, when I got the list of the people who have been nominated to serve in this important business committee, I didn't see individuals, but I saw the kind of people and what they'll be bringing this House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Romba Ali Ibrahim is #1 on the members listed, and he is the only governor listed in that in the membership of that House Business Committee, Mr. Speaker. And I tend to think, being a governor, he will also be able to contribute so much in the business committee, and the richness which will be brought there, and the beauty by Honorable Veronica Waheti Duati, the elegance which will be brought by Honorable Morin Tavida Mutinda and others is important in this business committee. Mr. Speaker, my people of Kirinyaga doesn't care who sit in the House Business Committee. We are bothered by Gazette notices, which is preventing the cultivation of rice in Mwea, which was issued by the former government, Mr. Speaker. That would be the things that I would like to discuss, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to issues which are being taken to the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate that the House Business Committee is a non-partisan committee which will look at issues and matters that concern and issues that the Senate should deliberate upon. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot to do, Mr. Speaker. As I sit, Mr. Speaker, we still have devolved functions which are still held by the executive. We have things that we are supposed to deliberate upon, health, water, agriculture, which is still being done by the National Assembly, and while we still believe it should be the work of the Senate. I beg to support, Mr. Speaker, and support this motion, Mr. Speaker, so that we can proceed. Thank you.
Senator Mwinzagu Chimera, Raphael.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to fully support this motion. I've looked at that list of the nominees to the Business Committee, and it goes without saying that this is a very crucial committee in this House. I've had the chance to work with a few of the nominees in person, and from I mean, these are men and women of great honor. They are beyond reproach. And I believe by the time they've made to the list, then a lot of canvassing has happened in the background. And I don't see why our colleagues who are seniors, who should actually be an example to those who are making our first debut into this house, are really concerned with the names in that list. I wish to say the following words, that earn your leadership every day. And I wish to urge the minority side to please earn your leadership today. Allow us to pass these honorable members so that we can proceed with the core business of legislating this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I fully, strongly support the motion.
Senator Kamau Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity and thank you because of giving me an opportunity to speak and ventilate into this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, I am here because of the people of Lamu County. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that I was sent into this house by the good people of Lamu County to ventilate into some issues which are very important. Mr. Speaker, I believe and I know that there are so many pending bills in this house that need, Mr. Speaker, to be undertaken. Mr. Speaker, I have been sitting, watching carefully, Mr. Speaker, as a new member of this house. And Mr. Speaker, I have made my conclusion that, Mr. Speaker, we need to move on. We need to move on because there are so many things, bills are pending, waiting for us, Mr. Speaker. And the good people of Lamu County, Mr. Speaker, are looking on me. They want me to represent them here accordingly. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I believe that by supporting this motion, Mr. Speaker, we shall make progress. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I honorably wish to support this motion. Thank you.
Senator Kathuri Murungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And on the onset, as (194), which is giving the functions of the House Senate Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, for sure, they will learn that this is actually the engine. This committee is the engine of the Senate. Yesterday, so that they generate business for this house. And where I've come from, I can see it is a bit different. Because without the business to transact it tomorrow, then we are even actually misusing taxpayers' money. Why are we supposed to come to this house tomorrow if we have no business to transact? So I'll really beg with my colleagues. This is not a matter even to try to jest our muscles on. So I really humbly submit that this committee should be set on motion. Whoever is a member of the commission. And then maybe also through the crack there is a standing order which gives the time leg or the time that we should spend on every motion. So, Mr. Speaker, with all the guidelines that are in our standing orders, I think we are ripe for the question. And maybe through your authority, I don't want to give you guidance, but any member can stand from wherever he or she is. You say,
by in particular opposing the membership of the Right Honorable Senator to the House Business Committee. And if, Mr. Speaker, allow me to read 190.
Senator Methu. No.
Thank you very much. I had spoken to the point of order of Senator Mogeni. I am here now to support the motion as has been presented by the Leader of Majority and seconded by the Leader of Minority and supported by the Senator for Siaya, Dr. Oburu Odinga. And from the onset, I would want to state that I was sent here by the people of Nyandarua to come and represent them here. And as somebody has already mentioned, the people of Nyandarua are not interested on who is the member of the House Business Committee. They are interested in the business that we shall be transacting here. So as I rise to support the Honorable Speaker, please allow me also to acknowledge our colleagues from the other side who have been very patriotic. I've seen the Senator for Turkana and the Senator for Lamu. Despite the party lines that have been there, they have chosen to stand with what they think is true, as I already spoke here and mentioned here. About the nomination of Senator Ali Roba into the House Business Committee, he has been here, he has also spoken to this matter. He has said and he has chosen the side that he wants to be. Just like any other senator who is in this house, they have chosen the side that they would want to be in. And we should respect his choice. And in that regard, his nomination and indeed that of the other members who are in the House Business Committee is in order, and I rise to support. We are all here, especially my colleagues. I will not want to speak about the colleagues who are on the other side. I can speak for my colleagues who are on the government side. We are here and we are very interested in pushing the legislative agenda of the government of Kenya Kwanza, which, on whose ticket we are sponsored in here. We have seen our colleagues walk out of these chambers some other time, so we do not know whether it is by design that they want to delay the formation of the House Business or Senate Business Committee. But from this side, our colleagues are very ready. We are willing and we are well prepared to come and present the business that brought us here. And it is in that regard that I support the membership of that committee. Our members from this side will tell you that I was interested in coming in because I ran for the position of the leader of majority. But when I looked at the person that was running against, Senator Cheriot, I chose to wait until some other time. I will come in some other time because there is still time. The senator for Turkana mentioned that people are mentioning about young and old senators here. I might be one of the youngest at that one, a senator representing the people of Nyandarua, but there is something that we call the equality of the vote. I am the youngest, despite the fact that I have tremendous respect for the senator for Siaya. Both of us are colleagues. Despite our age differences, we are colleagues and we shall discharge our mandate. We shall use his experience and it shall depend on my energy. And then we shall be able to move this Senate to the next level. Thank you very much and I support.
Thank you, sir. Well said, Matthew. Senator Okongo Mogene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, orders more than myself. I am my neighbor of Kerich. Mr. Speaker, I want to be on record as opposing the motion that is on the floor. Mr. Speaker, on 8th of September, we took an oath before the floor of this House. And Mr. Speaker, the words were that we shall obey, we shall respect, we shall uphold, we shall preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and the laws of this country. Mr. Speaker, when the people of Kenya enacted this Constitution, if you read the preamble, Mr. Speaker, it says, we the people exercising our sovereignty and right to determine the form of governance that our country wants, enact this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, while I was seated here, the minority leader, Senator Mazayo, I think invoking the provisions of Standing Order 105 on a statement of fact, tabled a letter before this House with communication from the registrar of political parties, where a communication has been made to this House through the clerk, informing this House that UDM is a member of the Azimio coalition, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know that Senator Ali Roba is a practicing Muslim, and I'm also a Christian. And I know under the Quran, Mr. Speaker, lying is a serious sin. And if the people of Mandera are watching, or Muslims, they know the consequences of committing a sin while you know it. And the Muslims in this House know, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, why I cannot support this motion is because doing so, Mr. Speaker, will be supporting the sin that is being committed by one of us, Mr. Speaker, which, according to the Quran, is haram, Mr. Speaker. That's something, Mr. Speaker, I'm not willing to do as Senator of Nyamira and as a citizen of this country. Mr. Speaker, if you read the Constitution, if you read the Constitution.
Senator Boni Kalwale, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, clearly the Honorable Senator from Nyamira is casting serious aspersions against a distinguished member of this House. And Mr. Speaker, to make it worse, He's founding it in religious faith. Mr. Speaker, even if he has no regard for the honorable member, he should have regard for the Islamic faith. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I requested you ask him to withdraw his remarks.
Mr. Speaker, with tremendous respect for the Senator of Kakamega, whom I've had a lot of tremendous respect for, and whose son was a faithful member of Law Society of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I don't see any point of order in what he has here said. So I beg that I proceed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if Honorable Alwale wants me to go further, I'll challenge you, Mr. Speaker, to request the letter that has been tabled on the floor of this House to be read. Because what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is a fact. That is a fact, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying is a fact, Mr. Speaker. So this motion as presented, Mr. Speaker, creates the erroneous impression that Huda, or is it Kenya Kwanza coalition, has forwarded the name of Senator Ali Roba as a member of the UDA coalition, which is factually not correct, Mr. Speaker. Even if we were to forget our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, if you read the Constitution, Article 94, Mr. Speaker, Article 94, Sub-Article 4, Mr. Speaker, dictates, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to read, that Parliament shall protect this Constitution and promote the democratic governance of this republic. It is very undemocratic, Mr. Speaker, to poach members from this side to the side of the majority unprocedurally, Mr. Speaker. So if anything, Mr. Speaker, you sitting as our chair, Mr. Speaker, having been elected pursuant to Article 106 of the Constitution, must enforce good behavior, Mr. Speaker. If, Mr. Speaker, the registrar has given communication to the House indicating that Senator Ali Roba belongs to the Azimio coalition, there is no way, Mr. Speaker, his name can be forwarded by the majority side. And Mr. Speaker, whatever we do on this floor, Mr. Speaker, will come to haunt us tomorrow. If we go on record today as ignoring communication from an office that is recognized under our laws, that will come to bite us one day, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, on the basis of those facts that are on record, Mr. Speaker, I stand and I want to be on record as opposing, Mr. Speaker, the motion that is on the floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I've sat here this afternoon, and on a number of occasions, Mr. Speaker, members from that side, from the majority side, have used unparliamentary language, Mr. Speaker. And we rose, Mr. Speaker, on several occasions on points of order to draw your attention to the usage of unparliamentary language on the floor. Mr. Speaker, you ignored us. But the tragedy of it is, Mr. Speaker, that goes on record, and tomorrow if somebody from the minority side uses the same language, Mr. Speaker, we'll go back to the answer of today and refer you to that record, Mr. Speaker. Because this is a house of record, Mr. Speaker. I want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker. I've been your chair, as chair of Law Society, Mr. Speaker. You have been my faithful member, Mr. Speaker. The moment you sit on the seat of the chair, Mr. Speaker, you are there to serve all of us. Pursuant to Article 124 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we have enacted standing orders that should allow all of us as elected senators, Mr. Speaker, to be given a right to debate before this floor, Mr. Speaker. If you read Article 98, Mr. Speaker, the provisions of Article 98 are very clear, Mr. Speaker, that when a senator is on the floor, a senator has a right to rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. That is what the standing orders say, and they have the force of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, because they have been enacted pursuant to the provisions of Article 124 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have worked very hard to be elected as members of this House. And I want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker, to be fair to all of us, Mr. Speaker. We don't mind the majority having their way, but let the minority have their say. If you read history, Mr. Speaker, there was a speaker in the US, Newton Gingrich, who served from 1995 to 1999, Republican, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he wrecked debates in the House of Representatives that by the time he was leaving, Mr. Speaker, even the Republican Party was already very unpopular in the US, Mr. Speaker. So it is good, Mr. Speaker, that you allow us to ventilate. We do what we have been elected to do, which is to push, Mr. Speaker, that we do the right things, Mr. Speaker. So I want to state, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that one time in this House, Mr. Speaker, there was a member of Parliament who was called Elijah Mwangale, Mr. Speaker. Elijah Mwangale once told us of a story of the hyena, Mr. Speaker. The hyena went and spoke to a stone. The stone did not respond. But it went away saying, even if you don't respond, you have heard. We have tabled a letter before the House. It's on record. That's a communication from the Register of Political Parties. It clearly indicates that UDM is not a coalition of UDA, but is on Azimio coalition. So, Mr. Speaker, those who read the Quran, those who are Christians, even if you don't listen to us, you will be haunted forever. I oppose the motion.
Senator Joyce Korir, what is your point of order?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Having read the moods of the House, I would like to request that I use the Standing Order 109, that we may call the mover to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the mover be called to reply. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Honorable members, if you have to be orderly. If you're going to shout at each other, then we can as well move to Kilimani Market. So, honorable senators, and I put the question, okay? I now put the question, which is, could the mover be called upon to reply? For as many As of that opinion, say aye. For as many as are of a contrary opinion, say nay. The nays, we will proceed with the debate. Honorable members, I'm going to allow 3 minutes for contribution so that we can have as many of us make a contribution to the motion. Senator Oyomo Beatrice Akinyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute and add my voice through the discussion that is ongoing. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I oppose this motion in capital letters. The reason is, Honorable Speaker, the Bible says that what God has put together, let no man put asunder. And even though there is an active marriage, Honorable Speaker, save me from Waziri. Honorable Speaker, I said that there's an active marriage between Senator Roba and Azimio, and it is worse that he comes and denounces the partner, but even worse, that the offsprings from that marriage, like members of his party, follow suit. I want to follow my heart and say that is not acceptable. I've been reminded so many times that this is a house of procedure and a house of rules, and I think let's give time to Senator Roba to join us, sort himself out, take the time, and when the time comes, he can join his heart. I therefore oppose this motion.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed. Honorable senators, from my screen, all those senators appearing on my screen, they've actually made a contribution to this motion. Yeah, but see. Honorable Senator, you spoke to the motion. Yes, then you already, yes. The Senator for Machakos, your name keeps on coming and disappearing. Mudama Agnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this. First of all, I want to say this is a very important committee for the House, because without this committee being in place, the House cannot start the business. And Mr. Speaker, I want to request, because I can see most of the senators are not very happy with the name of Robber being there. They are not complaining about any other member. Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to see what you can do if that is the only contention there, so that this committee can be put in place and the House takes off, because we need to move and we need to deliberate the business of this House. Mr. Speaker, I want to join the rest of them who have an issue with the same, because Senator Robber belonged to Azimio before moving there, and the issue is still in court. So if we pass here an issue that is in court that is not yet passed in court, I think we'll not be doing the right thing, Mr. Speaker, and I oppose this.
Senator Kibwana Ali Hamida.
Asante Bwana Spika. Mimi naomba kupinga na nitapinga tena mara tatu. Kiislamu, kama Bwana Roba kakangu, talaka ni tatu. Talaka ni tatu. Kwa hivyo talaka hata ya kwanza, ama harusi bado haijaiva vizuri, umeshapeana talaka ya kwanza. Kwa hivyo kuna ya pili na ya tatu. Kwa hivyo kaka bwana, njoo tumalize harusi, njoo ukamilishe mambo yako, ndio tujue kama talaka utapeana ya pili na ya tatu. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator, I'd wish to see those who are yet to contribute to this motion. And Senator Montet Batuli Betty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, mine will be, we've had members from the other side urging us to join them, but mine will be an appeal to Honorable Senator. Please save the House, save the time, cross over, let's finish this business and we move on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Karungo, Senator Karungo Tagwa, Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm Senator Karungo Wadhangwa from Kiambu. As I stand here to support this motion, I would want to remind you of a story in the Bible, Mr. Speaker, of a woman who, in front of King Solomon, said the child was hers, but told the king to kill it. Mr. Speaker, everybody from the Azimio side is claiming the senator, Robber, is theirs, but they are saying, shoot him. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House, and especially the opposition, just be honest with yourself and support this motion. Because if at all he was yours, why would you deny him an opportunity to be in that committee? Mr. Speaker, this House committee, business committee, will determine the programs of this House. And as we speak here, Mr. Speaker, there are so many issues that need to be debated, to be talked about in this honorable House. If we do not have a House Business Committee, we might not be having the bills, the motions that we expect to pass in this assembly. The hustlers out there, they are waiting for the Hustlers Fund. Without this business committee, we cannot move forward. And this Hustlers Business Committee won't be only on Kenya Kwanza's side. It's going to be in this country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President was in Homa Bay over the weekend, and the hustlers there told him they are waiting for that Hustlers Fund. Mr. Speaker, if we do not have this House Business Committee, we will delay their right to do business and, of course, to fund innovations. Mr. Speaker, we are awaiting to discuss the presidential address of this House, Mr. Speaker. And with that, we are going to formulate so many policies, to pass so many bills to actualize the plan of Kenya Kwanza. And Mr. Speaker, without this House Business Committee, we cannot do that. I urge the Azimio side of things to kindly support this motion. Mr. Speaker, in Kiambu, there's wildlife conflict. Hyenas are mauling our children every day. And if we cannot discuss that right here, today or tomorrow, then we are doing injustice to the people who voted for us. Mr. Speaker,
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to oppose this motion. I want to quote the Speaker in Naivasha. Mr. Speaker, you told us, and I quote, "Things do not go wrong, things start wrong." End of quote. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot start wrong this time round. We want to have a Senate that will assert itself. We want to have a Senate Business Committee that will represent the interests of the Senate as an institution, not just political formations. Mr. Speaker, what is it that we are tussling over? The Senate Business Committee is not just like any other committee. If you look at other jurisdictions, in the United States of America, in the House of Representatives, the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, has got almost all the rights available to set the agenda of the House. If you go to the US Senate, the leader of the majority of the Senate has got the powers that have been assigned to the SBC in our case. The drafters of our Constitution and of our standing orders realized that you could not give such powers to an individual. And that is why they decided that there would be a Senate Business Committee chaired by the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, remember that the job description of the Speaker is in the Constitution. The Speaker is an ex officio member of this House. And so the Speaker chairing the SBC does not mean the Speaker sets the agenda for the Senate. And that is why the people we send to the SBC should be people who have passed the test of integrity and acceptability across the aisle. This should not be a partisan matter. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge Senator Cheriot and Senator, the minority leader on our side. There have been moments like this when there seems to be a stalemate, and sometimes people don't understand why. Senator Orengo, Senator Kipchumba, who are leaders back then, would call some time off and tell senators, let's meet and agree on this matter so that it is not divisive. Mr. Speaker, I want to say before that light goes on, that I will oppose a situation where former governors are sitting in select committees that are supposed to oversight matters in this House. And the SBC is such a committee because it provides direction to all committees. Mr. Speaker, how I wish the leaders of both sides could agree so that we can come back here tomorrow and have an SBC that will stand for the institution called the Senate and not for political formations. Mr. Speaker, I oppose and propose that Cheriot Senator and Justice Madzayo, please call some time out. It has been done before. Otherwise, we are going to have a defeat here, and someone will argue that it will take 6 months to bring back this motion, Mr. Speaker. What will happen to the Senate if we don't have an SBC and a motion cannot be brought back?
Senator Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, because I know we are pressed for time, I'd have made arguments for why my colleagues on the minority side are extremely wrong on this issue, to imagine that the Senator Ali Roba belongs to their side of a coalition. but I'll stick to only one. The membership of SPC, Mr. Speaker, is determined and set out. And if you read our standing order number 190, Mr. Speaker, it sets out for the membership of this committee. I did the nomination for Senator Ali Roba, and I did it in full consciousness, Mr. Speaker, that Kenya Kwanza coalition includes UDM, the party that Senator Ali Roba belongs. Number two, Mr. Speaker, and I'd wish to direct my colleague Senator Mogeni, because you're senior counsel, you respect this constitution, please read our constitution article 2 on what happens when we as a parliament, for example, pass laws that are inconsistent with this constitution. The import is at sub-article 4. The import, Mr. Speaker, is such that to the extent of the inconsistency of that particular law to the statutes and the dictate of our constitution, that law is an nullity. The law upon which the gentlemen in Azimio want to rely upon to claim Senator Ali Roba is that he bound himself into some form of a marriage, and therefore he cannot leave. Article 36, Mr. Speaker, of our Constitution gives members...
What is your point of order, Senator? What is your point of order, Senator Sifuna?
Thank you very much. My point of order is that Senator Cheruiyot cannot abrogate himself the powers under the Constitution reserved for the High Court. No. Reserved for the High Court to determine unconstitutionality of any law. You are not, it is not your place. Sit down.
Order,
sit down.
Senators.
Sit down.
Senator
Mr. Speaker, protect
make
me.
your point of order.
My point of order is this. It is not the place of Aaron Cheruiyot, Senator, or any of us here to determine the unconstitutionality of any law, any tradition as set out under Article 2 that is quoting for you, Mr. Speaker. So if
Senator Cheruiyot.
Mr. Speaker, is eating into my time with trivialities. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to point out one final thing. Article 35 of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know whether for this one he will say, freedom of association, Article number 36. Senator Ali Roba has chosen to associate with Kenya Kwanza. This is the supreme law of this land. There is no other law that you can quote anywhere that denies him that right, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, you know, Senator Kajwang began this story about Senator Ali Roba is married to Azimio. You know, in this Nairobi, there's something called Kukula Fair, Mr. Speaker. That if you gift a lady, Mr. Speaker, a gift, and they accept, that should not be considered to be a consent to full rights of her body, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, the fact that Senator Ali Roba may have gone on a date with Azimio does not mean that he's married to them, Mr. Speaker. He has chosen which side he belongs to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohammed. I thought, Senator, you spoke to...
Sijachangia mswada wa kuchagua. Sijachagua, nimezungumza on a point of order. Nilizungumza kwa hoja ya nidhamu.
Senator Faki, just a minute, Senator Faki.
Thank you. Nilizungumza kwa hoja ya nidhamu.
He spoke to the point of order, not to the substantive motion. Senator Faki, please.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningependa kusema kwamba kamati inayobuniwa ni kamati muhimu sana kwa bunge la Senate. Na ni kamati ambayo inatoa mwongozo kwa kazi yote ambayo inaendeshwa katika bunge hili. Kwa hivyo ni kamati ambayo hatuwezi kupuuza. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima kama bunge la Senate, na ikiwa hili ndio swala letu la kwanza ambalo liko mbele yetu, lazima tufuate sheria kulingana na vile katiba na kanuni zetu za bunge la Senate zinavyoeleza. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba majina yaliyopendekezwa yameleta utata. Baadhi ya majina yameweza kuleta utata. Na utata ni kwamba je, Senator Roba amependekezwa na upande walio wengi ama upande walio wachache.
Mheshimiwa Spika, swala la nani wako wengi na nani wako wachache katika bunge hili ni swala ambalo litatatuliwa kutokana na mwongozo ambao utatoka kwa mkurugenzi wa vyama vya kisiasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo mengi yamezungumziwa hapa, lakini swala je, chama cha UDM kiko katika mrengo gani katika bunge hili? Na mpaka sasa mwongozo uliotoka kwa mkurugenzi wa vyama vya kisiasa ni kuwa chama cha UDM bado kiko katika mrengo wa Azimio. Na hili swala ambalo hata Mheshimiwa Roba mwenyewe amelizungumzia, akasema tumepeleka kesi mahakamani na mahakama bado haijatoa mwongozo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa ungenilinda na Mheshimiwa Cherelgei, tafadhali naongea, natoa mchango wangu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunasema kwamba mambo ambayo yamezungumzwa hapa ni kwamba mpaka sasa na kulingana na stakabadhi zilizotolewa ni kwamba mheshimiwa chama cha UDM bado ni chama ambacho kiko katika mrengo wa Azimio, na mpaka watakapojitoa katika mrengo wa Azimio, sheria inawatambua kama wanachama wa mrengo wa Azimio, na kwa sababu hiyo haiwezekani mwanachama wa chama chetu wa mrengo wetu aweze kupendekezwa na upande wa pili. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kisasa, kwa mambo ya kisasa kama anavyosema Seneta Cherioti ni kwamba amekula nauli ya huku. Kwa hivyo hawezi kula nauli mbili. Shaona. Hawezi kula, ni haramu kula nauli mbili. Kwa hivyo tunasema Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba swala hili ni rahisi. Swala hili ni rahisi kwamba iwapo tutataka kusonga mbele. Na ningekubaliana na ndugu yangu Seneta Kajuanga kwamba kwa vile tunataka kufanya mambo kisawasawa, hatujakataa kuchaguliwa seneta mwingine yoyote, lakini tunasema kwamba Seneta Roba na chama chake cha ODM ni haramu kuwa katika kamati hii. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Margaret Kamar. What is your point of order, Senator Osotsi? Order, senators.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I have had an opportunity to look at the letter that has been tabled by the minority leader. Yeah, he tabled the letter. I've looked at the letter. Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from the majority leader? Can you protect me from majority leader? The phone was tabled. The letter was in soft.
Honorable Senator Osotsi.
Yes.
I have ruled on that particular matter. And I saw how the other senators were navigating through debate, using the same issue, but using it for purposes of opposing the motion. So unless you are raising it in
Mr.
opposition
Speaker,
to the
this
motion,
is a new matter.
it cannot be
This is a new matter.
It's
a new matter.
Honorable Senator, it cannot be a point of order because I have already ruled on that particular issue.
It's a new matter,
You can use
Mr.
it
Speaker.
as a reason either to support or to oppose the substantive motion.
Mr. Speaker, it's a new matter. It's a new matter. It's a new matter which I want to put it across. It's a new matter.
Senator Osotsi.
Yes.
I gave you an opportunity to make your point of order, and nothing new was raised. It was the very same matter that I had ruled on. So kindly take your seat. Kindly take your seat, Senator. Kindly. Thank you. Thank you. Senator Mazayo, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker,
we have listened to both sides. I have approached my brother, and we have had a discussion. Whether we agreed or not, I thought it was wise if I could bring it to the attention of the House. I'm coming under Order 38. If I may read it. At any time during the proceedings, a senator may, for reasons stated, claim to move that the Senate do suspend its proceedings for the time being in order to find a solution. So out of all this, I'm asking for the wisdom to prevail now. Looks like we are not getting any headway. I'm asking for your intervention. Senator Cherargei, you've been in this House for long enough. If I'm on my feet, please respect. So,
Senator
Cherargei, address the chair.
Senator Cherargei. Senator, can we be orderly? Senator Cherargei.
You are just acting like a hooligan and not
Senator Cherargei, can you be orderly, please? The senator for Kilifi is on his feet. Allow him to make his point of order in silence. Proceed, yes. Senator.
It is in that regard, therefore, that I'm asking for time out so that we are able to have this matter discussed and agreed upon. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Aaron Cheriot and Senator Mazayo, kindly approach the chair. Senators, the chair is upstanding. Kindly do as the standing orders require of you. Honorable Senators, on a point of order, the Senator for Kilifi rose seeking to suspend debate. I thought maybe he would have proceeded to say that they had an agreement between the lead of majority and the lead of minority on that particular regard. However, that particular point of order is coming at the tail end when we are concluding debate of this motion. In fact, we only have one senator to go, Senator Margaret Kamar, so that we conclude this debate. I wish it was raised early, having seen how things were moving. Honorable Jerengai, please. The chair is speaking. And therefore, I will decline that request. I will allow Senator Margaret Kamar to proceed so as we conclude this debate on this motion and take it thereafter, take it forward thereafter. Professor Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I go by the Senator of Turkana, that right is right and wrong is wrong. And it is very important for us to stick to what is right and what is wrong. And for that reason, I was very concerned, Mr. Speaker, during this debate, when we were told that a letter went to the clerk and has not reached the Speaker. I had hoped that, Mr. Speaker, you would tell us if you got that letter. I want to appeal that even as we come tomorrow, because we are very fortunate that we have two Secretary Generals in this House this time, and they have documents that are more privileged than us. We have three, I'm told. So I was going to request, Mr. Speaker, that you demand that not the phone, but a copy of the letter be tabled so that you can rule on it. Because in the event that we are not able to rule on that, then it is true that we will give on this side asking Robert to come back home. And most likely, he will be divided also because he doesn't know whether the ruling was correct. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to accept. My son-in-law is already telling him to come home. So, Rioba, come home and we finish this debate. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I want to believe that all senators have had an opportunity to contribute to this motion. I dare call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contributions that have taken place this afternoon have converged, apart from only one point, the so-called suspect membership of one of the members. So members, before you vote, let us remember who we are. We are formed by the Constitution of Kenya, and the standing committees of this House are drawn from Article 124 of the Constitution. Article 124 speaks to only two points that I want to request you, Senator Mugeni, to reflect on as you vote yes. Aaron Cheriot, you reflect on the standing order number 199 that found itself in our booklet because of Article 124. It says that when we vote this afternoon, we don't vote to the exclusion of any member of that committee, we only vote for the list of the members. Number two and finally, Article 124 says that if for whatever reason the senator you have disagreed with was not supposed to be there, it says that it doesn't matter. The proceedings will still go on. It would not prevent us from proceeding. And for that reason, I request the whole House we be respected by Kenya as people who know what we are doing and vote yes. I move the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 84-2, I do now make a determination that this particular matter does not affect counties, and therefore voting shall be by voice. Honorable Senators, all the honorable senators, I now put the question that pursuant to Standing Orders 190 and 199.3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Standing Order 191 shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. 1, Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, MP, as a member. Senator Veronica Wahete Nduati, MP, as a member. Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei, MP, member. Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP, member. Senator Professor Margaret Kamari, EGH, MP, member. Senator Mwenyehaji Faki, MP, member. And lastly, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP, member. Honorable members, let me allow the senators to Honorable senators, will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Clearly the ayes have it. Honorable senators, the nays have the numbers, and therefore, under Standing Order 88, may the division bell be rung for 5 minutes. Senator Mazayo, can we have the proposed teller? A teller, your proposed teller. And Senator Cheriot, can we? Yes. So can I have the name? Senator, this Senator Singh. Yeah. Okay. And then I. Okay. Honorable Senators, we now do have the tailors. For the nays, we have Honorable Senator Beth Siengo. And for the ayes, we have Senator Chirangei. You may now proceed to lock the doors on the bar drone. Order, Senators.
Honorable Mazayo, you have proposed your teller. What the other side proposes
really is not. Honorable Senators, I now do put the question that pursuant to Standing Orders 190 and 199.3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Standing Order 191 shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the chairperson of the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. Members, Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, MP, member. Senator Veronica Waheti Nduati, MP, member. Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei, MP, member. Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP, member. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH, MP, member. Senator Munyihaji Faki, MP, member. And lastly, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP, member. Clerk, you may now proceed to call the individual senators in the alphabetical order.
Roll call vote. Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Yes, in Kenya Constitution, there is freedom of worship and association. I vote yes.
I vote say yes or no.
I vote yes.
No speeches.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
You've had, we've given each an opportunity to contribute. That hurdle is beyond us now. It's either yes or no, and you take a seat.
Senator Abdurrahman Miraj Abdullahi. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma.
I vote no.
Senator Asige Crystal Kegehi.
I vote no.
Senator Boy Isa Juma.
Very good.
Senator Cherarke Samson
Kiprotich.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of great people of Nandi, I vote yes.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui.
Kericho votes yes.
Senator Chesang Alan Kiprotich.
Trans Nzoia vote yes.
Senator Chute Mohammed Said.
Marsabit says yes.
Senator Ekomwa James Lomenen.
On the behalf of people of Turkana County who are bleeding needs, I vote yes.
Order members.
Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed. Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno.
I mean, it's obvious. Homa Bay votes no.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech.
Yeah, for the truth and the truth alone, I vote no.
Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku.
I vote no.
Senator Kathuri Murungi.
Meru, as usual, Atupangwingwi. I vote yes.
Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja.
Nakuru votes a big yes.
Senator Halwale Boni.
On behalf of Kakamega, I vote yes.
Senator Kibwana Hamida Ali.
I vote no, of course.
Senator Kipkiror William Cheptumo.
On behalf of the great people of Baringo County, I vote a big yes.
Senator Korir Joyce Chepkoech.
I vote yes.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Ltumbesi. Senator Lemaletian Hezena.
On behalf of my leader Raila Odinga and the large Azimio family, I vote a resounding no.
Senator Maanzo Daniel Kitonga.
On behalf of the people of Makueni, I vote no.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru.
I vote no.
Senator Mandago.
I vote no.
Senator Mandago Jackson Kiplagat.
On behalf of the people of Uasin Gishu County, I vote yes.
Senator Mbogwa George Mungai.
I vote yes.
Senator Medhu John Mohia.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Nyandarua, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Nyamira and in defense of our constitution, I vote no.
Senator Mohammed Shakila Abdallah.
Sorry, Brother Rob, I vote no.
Senator Montet Betty Batuli.
I vote no.
Senator Muma Catherine Muyeka.
On behalf of all Kenyans who respect the rule of law, I vote no.
Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi.
Embu County, yes. Like Solomon. Yes. 100%.
Senator Mungatana Danson Buya. Senator Murango James Kamau.
On behalf of the great men and women of Kirinyaga, I vote yes.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of the great people of Elgeyo Marakwet County, and in defense of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu.
On behalf of the people of Machakos and the rule of law, I vote no.
Senator Mutinda Maureen Tabitha.
On behalf of Kenya Kwanza and Nairobi City, I strongly vote yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe. Senator Mwenda Julius Gataya.
On behalf of Tharaka-Nithi, the stronghold, this is a very big yes.
Senator Mwenyehaji Mohamed Faki.
On behalf of the great people of Mombasa, and on my own behalf, I vote no. Yes. No.
Senator
Poti ni yetu.
Senator Mwinzagu Raphael Chimera.
On behalf of the average Kenyan youth and the people of Kwale, I emphatically vote yes.
Senator Nderito John Kenywa. Senator Nduati Veronica Waheti.
On behalf of all Kenyans who voted for change and for good governance, I vote a resounding yes.
Senator Ngoge Joe Joseph Nyoto.
On behalf of the people of Murang'a, I vote yes.
Senator Njeri Nyamo Karen.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Nairobi County, the capital city of Kenya, Nairobi delegation.
Order, members. Order, members. Members, let us allow the Honorable Senator to make a vote.
I represent Nairobians of goodwill. Mr. Speaker, I vehemently, categorically vote yes.
Senator Odhiambo Ojienda Tom.
On behalf of the people of Kisumu County, I vote no.
Senator Oginga Oburu.
Yes. On behalf of the great people of Siaya, I categorically vote no. And don't ask why.
Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru. Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata. Senator Olekina Ledama.
On behalf of the people of Narok and in defense of the rule of law, I vote no.
Senator Omar Mariam Sheikh.
On behalf of Mandera County, I vote capital yes.
Senator Onyonka Richard Momoima. Senator Orwoba Gloria Magoma.
On behalf of 27 million women who I represent here in the Senate, and on behalf of the Kisii County delegation who is absent, I vote yes.
They are happy.
Senator Osotsi Godfrey Atieno.
On behalf of the great people of Vihiga and those who are against impunity, I vote no.
Senator Oyomo Beatrice Akinyi.
On behalf of the many Kenyans who want to be on the right side of history, I vote no.
Senator Recha Julius Mugo.
On behalf of the Pokot people who are conscious and brave, we say yes.
Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim.
On behalf of Mandera County, I vote yes.
Members, let us allow Senator Roba to make his vote count.
On behalf of Mandera County, I vote yes.
Senator Seki Lenku Olekanar. Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the real Nairobi, on behalf of ODM and Azimio, in defense of the Constitution and the sanctity of marriages, I vote no.
Senator Siengo Beth Kalunda.
Thank you. On behalf of all the women that are representing this nation and for the sake of integrity, I vote no.
Senator Dhangwa Paul Karungo.
On behalf of the people of Kiambu, the majority votes, I vote yes.
Senator Tobiko Peris Pesi. Senator Tuya Roslinda Soipan. Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Bomet and on my own behalf, I vote yes.
Senator Wamatinga Wahome. Senator Wambua Enoch Kiio.
Mr. Speaker, for and on behalf of the great people of Kitui County, for the rule of law, for the majority Azimio, One Kenya, I vote no.
Yeah. Senator Abdurrahman Miraj Abdullahi, Senator Boy Isa Juma, Senator Haji Abdul Mohamed, Senator Lelegwe Steve Lutumbesi, Senator Mungatana Danson Buya, Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Senator Nderito John Kenywa, Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru, Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Senator Onyonka Richard Momoima, Senator Seki Lenku Olekanar, Senator Tobiko Peris Pesi, Senator Tuya Roslinda Soipan, Senator Wamatinga Wahome.
Honorable Senators, these are the results of the division. Ayes 29, nays 23, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, having approved the Senators to serve in the Senate Business Committee, and therefore dispensing with the scheduled business of the House for the day, this is to inform the members of the said committee of a meeting immediately after the rise of the Senate. The meeting will take place in Committee Room number 4, first floor, main Parliament buildings. Honorable Senators, there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until Wednesday, 5th October 2022 at 2:30 p.m.
In so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Mr. Tubi. Shall we be silent to administer the oath to the honorable colleague? Honorable Tubi Bidu Mohammed, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Shall we administer the oath in silence?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Honorable Ali Wario Guyo, and Honorable Julius Sonkuli, we wish to introduce to you the member-elect for Isiolo South constituency, Mr. Tubi Bidu Mohammed. Thank you.
The Quran au Biblia?
Sure.
Quran. Yes, you read that. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
I, Mohammed Tubi Bidu, having been elected a member of the National Assembly, do swear.
Raise the Quran. Okay. I repeat.
I, Mohammed Tubi Bidu, having been elected a member of the National Assembly, do swear in the name of Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You can proceed and sign the oath.
Thank you.
The Honorable Abubakar Talib. Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I have 2 communications to make. The first one is on the reintroduction of bills and the manner of initiating legislative proposals to amend the Constitution through parliamentary initiative. Honorable members, I wish to welcome you back to the House following the swearing-in, induction, and the official opening. It is my hope that the events have been beneficial and enriching to your knowledge of the House and its workings as we commence the 13th Parliament. As you are aware, and for the benefit of the new members, the period before the approval of the Cabinet and the formation of committees is usually characterized by light business in the House and is therefore somewhat relaxed. This is attributable to less business emanating from the executive or committees for consideration by the House. Once the Cabinet and principal secretaries are fully in place, the House calendar becomes crowded with majority and minority party businesses. Honorable members, I also wish to bring to the attention of the House that going by our practices and standing orders, all business that was not concluded at the end of the last Parliament has lapsed. However, in its wisdom, the 12th Parliament amended the standing orders to save certain business from part of the pre-legislation processes. In particular, the House amended Standing Order 4A, 1C, and D, to exempt certain bills from pre-publication scrutiny upon their lapsing, to allow members to reintroduce the bills if they so wish. Honorable members, for clarity, the Standing Order 114A, 1C, and D states as follows, and I quote, Speaker to exempt certain legislative proposals. 11A1, the Speaker may exempt a legislative proposal from the provision of Standing Order 114, in brackets, introduction of bills, if the proposal, C, is identical to a proposal that was passed by the House but lapsed at the expiry of the term of the preceding Parliament, or D, was introduced by the same member and read a second time but lapsed at the expiry of the term of the preceding Parliament. In this regard, honorable members, the House provided a window that allows expedited reintroduction of bills. The first category relates to the expedited introduction of bills that were passed by the House in the last Parliament but lapsed in the Senate. The second category allows consideration of bills which had gone beyond second reading. Honorable members, under the new procedure, these bills can now be republished in the same form as initially passed by the House and are exempted from pre-publication scrutiny. In this regard, the bills which may benefit from the expedited introduction under the first category are as follows. 1. The Livestock and Livestock Products Marketing Board Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Mandera North, the Honorable Bashir Abdullahi MP. 2. The National Youth Council Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2019, which was sponsored by the former nominated member, the Honorable Gideon Keter. 3. The National Disaster Management Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Kikuyu, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah MP. 4. The Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2019, and the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019, which were initially sponsored by the then member for Undanyi, the Honorable Andrew Mwadime. 5. The Equalization Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Tiati, the Honorable Kasait Kamket MP. 6. The Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Matuga, the Honorable Tandaza Kazim Sawa, MP. 7. The Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2019, which was sponsored by the Mother of the House, the member for Super, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona MP. 8. The Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Ruiru, the Honorable Simon Kingara MP. 9. The Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019, which was sponsored by the then member for Keses, the Honorable Swarab Mishra. 10. The Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 65 of 2019. This bill was sponsored in the last Parliament by the then member for Homa Bay County, the Honorable Gladys Wanga. Can the honorable members at the bar take their seats? 11, the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2019, which was sponsored in the last parliament by the then member for Kandui, the Honorable Wafula Wamunyinyi. 12, the Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2020, which was sponsored in the last parliament by the member for Ndiwa, the Honorable Martin Peters Owino MP. Honorable members, in light of the foregoing, the bills that were sponsored by former members, any member is at liberty to take them up and have them reintroduced. 8. In this regard, sponsors of the bills or any other member who is interested in publishing any of the aforementioned bills is encouraged to write to my office seeking approval to introduce a specified bill from the above list. The earlier you do this, the better for you. Honorable members, it is of course expected that those who have been re-elected or nominated back to this House would naturally take up their respective bills from the list that I've read to you. Honorable members, the second category refers to expedited reintroduction of bills which went beyond second reading but lapsed before consideration at the Committee of the Whole. Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 114A1D, these can be reintroduced by the same members who initially sponsored them and would be exempted from pre-publication scrutiny. The bills in this category include the following. 1. The Public Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Embakasi Central, the Honorable Benjamin Gadiru Mwangi MP. 2. The Alcoholic Drinks Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for South Mugirango, the Honorable Silvanos Osoro MP. 3. The Kenya Food and Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Endebess, the Honorable Dr. Robert Kose. 4. The Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Kimilili, the Honorable Didmas Baraza MP. 5. The National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2020, the Penal Code Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2021, both of which were sponsored by the member for Nakuru Town East, the Honorable David Gikaria MP. Honorable members, the following 29 bills, other bills did not go beyond the second reading, but may be reintroduced by the same or other member pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 114, introduction of bills after undergoing pre-publication scrutiny. 1. The Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member from Mwatate, the Honorable Andrew Mwadime. The Birth and Death Registration Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Gilgil, the Honorable Martha Wangari MP. 3. The Alcoholic Drinks Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Undanyi, the Honorable Danson Makuona MP. 4. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2020, which was sponsored by the then member for Thika Town, the Honorable Patrick Wainaina. 5. The Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2020, which was sponsored by the then member for Nyaribari Chache, the Honorable Richard Tongi. 6. The Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2020, which was sponsored by former nominated member Gideon Keter. 7. The Farmers and Poisons Board Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2021, which was sponsored by the then member for Nandi Hills, the Honorable Alfred Keter. 8, the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2021, which was sponsored by the member for Garissa Town, the Honorable Aden Dwale MP. 9, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Embakasi Central, the Honorable Benjamin Gadhiru Mwangi MP. 10, the Poverty Eradication Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Sirisia, the Honorable John Waluke Koi MP. 11, the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2020, which was sponsored by the former nominated member, the Honorable Gideon Keter. 12, the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Kandara, the Honorable Alice Wahome MP. 13, the Institute of Social Work Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Kaiti, the Honorable Joshua Kivinda Kimilu MP. 14, the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2021, which was sponsored by the then member for Chepalungu, the Honorable Gideon Koskei. 15, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Butula, the Honorable Joseph Oyula MP. 16, the Public Service Internship Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2021, which was sponsored by the member for Samburu West, the Honorable Naisula Laisuda MP. 17, the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2021, which was sponsored by the then member for Wajir South, the Honorable Mohammed Sheikh. 18, the Child Justice Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Suba, the Honorable Milo Diambo Mabona MP. 19, the Sexual Offences Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2020, which was sponsored by the Honorable Member Gadhoni Wamshomba MP. 20, the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2020, which was sponsored by the Honorable Nelson Koech MP. 21, the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2021, which was sponsored by the Honorable Nimrod Mbai MP. 22, the Whistleblower Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2021, which was sponsored by the Honorable Irene Kasalu MP. 23, the Geriatric Bill 2021, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2021, which was sponsored by the Honorable Gadhoni Wamshomba MP. 24, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2022, which was sponsored by the Honorable Naisula Lesuda MP. 25, the Land Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2022, which was sponsored by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo MP. 26, the Valuers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Old Jolorok, the Honorable Michael Muchira MP. 27, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Kisumu East, the Honorable Shakil Shabir MP. 28, the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Ruiru, the Honorable Simon Nganga Kihara MP. And 29, the National Land Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Kilifi North, Honorable Owen Bayer, MP. Can I allow the members at the bar to take their seats? Honorable members, cognizant of the work that went into the processing of the said bills by committees and the efforts made by members to have the bills published in the last Parliament, I request the committees to which this legislative proposal will be referred to expedite their consideration at the pre-publication scrutiny stage. Should conclusion of the scrutiny of the bills be inordinately delayed, the House Business Committee, which I will chair, will not hesitate to move this House to exempt the bills from pre-publication scrutiny so as to ensure that the bills proceed without undue delay. Honourable members, you will also recall that before the adjournment of the 12th Parliament, as I had noted in my acceptance speech, the House made progressive amendments to the rules of this House. Amongst them is the new Standing Order 114(7)A, which prescribes a new sui generis procedure for conducting pre-publication scrutiny of legislative proposals seeking to amend the Constitution. Standing Order 114(7)A provides that in respect of a proposal to amend the Constitution, the proposal shall be accompanied by signatures of at least 50 other members in support, unless it is sponsored by the majority party or the minority party. Honourable members, since the commencement of this Parliament, I have received several requests from members wishing to introduce legislative proposals to amend the Constitution. Among them are members for Kishugu constituency, the Honourable Robert Githinji Kichumu, and the member for Matungulu, Honourable Stephen Mule MP. The two members are proposing to amend the Constitution to anchor the National Government Constituency Development Fund in the Constitution. In this regard, honourable members, I request that any member seeking to introduce a legislative proposal to amend the Constitution does comply with the requirements of Standing Order 114(7)A. This requires attachment of the signatures of at least 50 other members to the legislative proposal for approval by the Speaker. Honourable members, the new Standing Order 114(7)A, in my view, shall enrich the legislative proposal process as it seeks to provide for consensus through collection of views of other members, the Attorney General, the Constitutional Commissions, and the Kenya Law Reform Commission on any proposed amendments to the Constitution. Indeed, honourable members, the new Standing Order actualizes the provisions of Article 256(2) of the Constitution, which obligates Parliament to publicize any bill to amend the Constitution and facilitate public discussion. It is also notable that Standing Order 114(1), as amended, also allows members to co-sponsor bills in the House. In this regard, members with legislative proposals dealing with the related issues may opt to co-sponsor legislative proposals for introduction in the House. Honourable members, when adopting the report of the Procedure and House Rules Committee on amendments to standing orders, the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament also noted that there is need to amend a number of statutes that have implication on the rules of procedure. The intention of the proposed amendments is to keep them in accord with the Constitution, related laws, and the reality of modern times. The Hansard of the afternoon session of Tuesday, 31st May 2022, records that the committee also tabled 4 draft legislative proposals containing amendments to statutes that were proposed to be urgently considered to operationalize certain procedures of the House. Honourable members, The said proposals are: 1. The draft Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to enlarge the time for consideration of the budget policy statement from 14 to 21 days. 2. The draft Political Parties Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to require the Register of Political Parties to convey certified copies of all coalition agreements to the clerk of each House of Parliament. 3. The draft Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to streamline the membership of the Committee of Powers and Privileges. 4. The draft Petitions to Parliament Procedure Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to involve the Public Petitions Committee in the determination of the admissibility of petitions and the full consideration of all admissible petitions. 5. The draft Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to ensure the negative resolutions of the House on statutory instruments are implemented. Honorable members, to this end, the acting clerk of the National Assembly has informed me that the legislative proposals have been finalized. Consequently, to the extent that the 12th Parliament did resolve that the proposals be prioritized, I direct that they be urgently introduced in the House. Honorable members, I have yet another communication to make. Can the members at the bar take their seats? Honorable members, this communication relates to the constitution of the House Business Committee in this session of the 13th Parliament, the first session. Honorable members, as you are aware, today is the first sitting of the House following the official opening of the 13th Parliament last week. By practice, the first business of the House at the beginning of each session is the formation of the House Business Committee. Subsequently, the committee, once constituted, proceeds to determine and set the business of the House. The next set of business that follows is the consideration and passage of several procedural motions under Standing Order 97 relating to limitation of time during debates in the House. Thereafter, with respect to the first sitting following a general election, the House debates the President's address as contemplated under Standing Order 24-6. Honorable members, as you will note from today's order paper, the motion for the approval of the membership of the House Business Committee is not one of the business to be transacted today. This is because a question has since arisen relating to the constitution of the committee with respect to the names of persons under paragraphs B, C, D, and E of Standing Order 171-1. To illustrate this, honorable members, allow me to refer to the Standing Order 171-1. This rule provides that the House Business Committee consists of the following. A, the Speaker, who shall be the chairperson. B, the leader of the majority party or representative designated in writing. C, the leader of the minority party or representative designated in writing. D, the whip of the majority party or representative designated in writing. E, the whip of the minority party or representative designated in writing. F, 9 other members who shall be nominated by the parliamentary parties and approved by the House at the commencement of every session, reflecting the relative majorities of the seats held by each of the parliamentary parties in the National Assembly and taking into consideration the interests of the parties and other than parliamentary parties and independents. Honorable members, from what I have just read, you will note that the House Business Committee consists of a total of 14 members. It is also notable that besides the Speaker, 4 members sit in the committee by virtue of their offices. These are the leader of Majority Party, the leader of the Minority Party, the whip of the Majority Party, and the whip of the Minority Party. Honorable members, to this end, I wish to inform you that I received a letter dated 21st September 2022 from the Secretary General of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, MP. In the letter, the member for Suna East also signs off as the majority whip of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. In a nutshell, honorable members, the letter conveys that at its parliamentary group meeting held on the 16th to 17th September 2022, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party elected the following as its House leaders in the National Assembly. 1, the Honorable James Opio Wandai MP as the leader of the majority. 2, the Honorable Robert Mbui MP as the deputy leader of the majority. 3, the Honorable Junet Mohammed as the majority whip. And 4, the Honorable Sabina Chege MP as the deputy majority whip. Honorable members, I also wish to inform you that I received another letter dated 22nd September 2022 from the member for South Mugirango, the Honorable Silvanos Osoro Onyengo, MP. In the letter, which he also signs off as the majority chief whip of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition, he notifies that in discharge of his role under Standing Order 119A7, the Kenya Kwanza Coalition held its parliamentary group meeting on 16th and 17th September 2022 at Sawela Lodge in Naivasha and elected the following persons to the specified offices. 1, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah MP, the member for Kikuyu constituency, leader of the majority party. 2, the Honorable Owen Baya MP, the member for Kilifi North constituency, deputy leader of the majority party. Honorable members, in this letter, the member for South Mugirango also attaches an excerpt of the minutes of the parliamentary group meeting and a list of members who attended the meeting signed by the attendees. Honorable members, on the same day, I also received a letter from the member for Kikuyu constituency, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah MP, dated 22nd September 2022. In the letter, the member for Kikuyu constituency signs off as leader of the majority party and conveys that the Kenya Kwanza Coalition held its parliamentary group meeting on 16th and 17th September at Sawela Lodge in Naivasha and elected the following persons as the chief whip and deputy chief whip. The Honorable Silvanos Osoro Onyengo MP, member for South Mugirango chief whip, and the Honorable Naomi Jilo Wago, MP, member for Marsabit County, as the deputy chief whip. Similarly, honorable members, the member for Kikuyu constituency also attached an excerpt of the minutes of the parliamentary group meeting and a list of members who attended the meeting, duly signed by the attendees. In his letter to me, the member for Kikuyu constituency indicated that he was discharging his role under Standing Order 20A3A, which requires the name of the person designated as the majority party whip and majority party deputy whip to be communicated to the speaker by the leader of the majority party. Honorable members, on 22nd September 2022, I also received a letter dated 21st September 2022 from the Honorable Jeremiah Ngayu Kioni, identifying the following members as the leadership of the Jubilee Party parliamentary group in the House. The Honorable Shurie Abdi Omar MP, member from Balambala, as the leader. the Honorable Samuel Arama MP, member for Nakuru Town West as the whip, the Honorable Sarah Korere MP, member for Laikipia North as deputy whip, and the Honorable Adan Kainan MP, member for elders as secretary. Can the members at the bar take their seats? Honorable members, order. The distinguished immediate former member for Ndarakwa constituent signs over Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, and in the letter, he also notes that Jubilee Party remains a member of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. Honorable members, ordinarily and in keeping with the requirement of Standing Order 19A14 and 20A5, following receipt of the names and attendant accompanying documentation, as your speaker, I'm supposed to convey the names of the leadership of the majority party and that of the minority party and the whips of any parliamentary party in the House to the assembled House. If the House is not sitting, the standing orders require me to notify members in the usual manner of Speaker's notification to all members. Honorable members, in this action, it is this action that subsequently sets in motion the next steps. In this case, the clerk would write to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, copying the respective whips, asking for the names of the 9 members nominated to sit in the House Business Committee under Standing Order 17(1)F. Thereafter, the clerk would publish the names in the order paper for approval by the House at its first sitting session, which would have been today. Honorable members, faced with these conflicting correspondences, you will agree with me that it is impossible for me and the clerk to discharge those requirements of the standing orders at this moment. You will also agree with me that from the foregoing, 3 pertinent questions arise at this moment. These are: 1, who is the bona fide leader of the majority party and who is the bona fide leader of the minority party in this House? 2, in absence of a House Business Committee, what business is to be transacted by this House for the next few days before the question of the leadership of the majority and the minority party is determined? 3, before the question of leadership of the majority and the minority party is determined, who is to move the business in the House and whose moving is ordinarily reserved for the party leaders? With respect to the first question, honorable members, I will reserve the rest of today's sitting to allow the House to address me on this matter so that I can make a reasoned retreat and ruling. So I can retreat to make a reasoned ruling and guidance to the House. Honorable members, with respect to the second question on what business to be transacted by this House for the next few days, before the question of the leadership of the majority and the minority parties determined, allow me to guide you as follows. First, honorable members, as you are aware, Standing Order 30 hours of meeting provides that the House shall meet on Tuesdays at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sitting, Wednesdays at 9 a.m. for the morning sitting and 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sitting, and Thursdays at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sittings. It is therefore clear that with or without any scheduled business, the House must sit on the prescribed days and times. Indeed, honorable members, Standing Order 30 dictates that tomorrow the House shall sit in the morning from 9:30 a.m. and in the afternoon commencing at 2:30. That is mandatory, and your Speaker has no authority to stop commencement of a sitting of the House unless in very exceptional circumstances which are not obtaining here. Indeed, as your Speaker, I have constitutional obligation To ensure continuity of the business of this House at all times, the only authority granted to the Speaker with respect to the time of sitting is to vary the time of commencement or adjournment of the sittings, but only for the convenience of the House. Honorable members, further, the Standing Order 38 providing for the preparation and circulation of the order paper obligates the clerk to prepare an order paper indicating the business to be transacted by the House. In this regard, it's also mandatory that before every sitting of the House, there should be an order paper which will be published on the parliamentary website and made available to members at least 12 hours before the House meets. It is for this reason that I authorize the clerk to publish the order paper that is before you this afternoon, and which she also published on the website during the weekend. Honorable members, if you look at the order paper, the business listed there is procedural motions, and for the benefit of new members, a procedural motion is one that concerns the manner or time of consideration of a matter before the House. Procedural motions include motions on limitation of debate, where members are allocated a specific period of time within which they may speak on a matter before the House, and a motion for exemption of business from specified provisions of the standing orders. Honorable members, the exposition of public policy contained in the address of the President, but debate on the motion shall not exceed 4 sitting days. What is contemplated under Standing Order 24.6 is that the debate on the speech of the President shall not be interrupted by a dilatory motion. Honorable members, by practice of our Parliament, debate on the President's address is accorded priority before any other business, save for procedural motions. It therefore naturally follows the business that is to be transacted by the House for the next 4 sittings is debate on the President's address. This therefore settles the second question. Honorable members, allow me to also note that the debate on the speech of the President ordinarily accords first-time members the solemn opportunity to make their maiden speech in the House. This opportunity for new members, in my view, should not be curtailed by the question of the majority and minority leadership and the composition of the House Business Committee. However, honorable members, it's worth noting that the continuity of the business of the House will not and should not in any way be seen to prejudice the determination of the question of the leadership of the majority and minority parties in the House. In this regard, since there is no objection as to who the Deputy Speaker is, I will exercise my powers under Standing Order number 1 and authorize the Deputy Speaker to move certain business as follows. At Order number 5, I will allow the Deputy Speaker to lay certain papers in the House which have a statutory deadline and which the law requires that they must be laid in the House when it first sits, which is today. 2, at Order number 6, I will allow the Deputy Speaker to give notice of motion on the noting of the President's address. 3, at Order number 8, I will allow the Deputy Speaker to move the procedural motion on limitation of debate on the President's address under Standing Order 97. Moving of the rest of the 10 procedural motions will stand stayed until a later time. And 4, tomorrow morning at Order number 8, I will also allow the Deputy Speaker to move the business under Standing Order 24.6, being the motion on debate on the President's address. This shall give honorable members an opportunity to debate the President's address for 4 sitting days, starting tomorrow morning, Wednesday, 5th October 2022, until Tuesday, 11th October 2022. Honorable members, this now settles the third and last question. The House is accordingly guided. And may I now ask the clerk to read the next orders. After the House concludes with order number 8, I'll allow the honorable members to address me on the question of majority and minority party leadership. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. 1. Speech by His Excellency the President, delivered on Thursday, September 29th, the year 2022. 2. Legal notice number 65 of 2022 relating to the capital markets whistleblower regulations of the year 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. 3. Legal notice number 86 of 2022 relating to the Legal Aid General Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Attorney General. 4. Legal notice number 87 of 2022 relating to the Legal Aid Code of Conduct for Accredited Legal Aid Providers Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Attorney General. 5. Legal notice number 94 of 2022 relating to the Suppliers Practitioners Management Council Election Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National and Planning. Number 6. Legal notice number 95 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. I'll repeat that. Number 6, legal notice number 95 of 22 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Conduct of Clinical Trials Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 7, legal notice number 96 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Pharmacovigilance and Post-Market Surveillance Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 8, legal notice number 97 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poison Transportation of Pharmaceuticals Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. Legal notice 9, legal notice number 98 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Amendment Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 10, legal notice number 99 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Pharmaceutical Waste Management Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 11, legal notice number 100 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Registration of Health Products and Technologies Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 12, legal notice number 101 of 2022 relating to crops MIRA regulations of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. 13, legal notice number 102 of 2022 relating to the Coffee General Amendment Regulations of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. 14, notice number 120 of 2022 relating to the National Transport Safety Authority transport network companies, owners, drivers, and passengers regulations from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. 15, legal notice number 141 of 2022 relating to the Kenya Roads Board General Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development. 16, legal notice number 146 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Quality Review Assurance Regulations and of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. 17, legal notice number 147 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Standard of Professionals and Practice and Ethical Conduct Regulations and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. 18, legal notice number 152 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Examination Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. And finally, number 19, legal notice number 153 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Regulations 2022 and an explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, order.
Speaker, I want you to give us direction. It looks like most of these legal notice are of the previous administration.
Order, Honorable Tuale. You're jumping the gun. I have a communication on this. You can intervene after my communication.